Chapter 51. Zi Qingming's face darkened. Over the years, there had been no lack of people who boasted of their excellence who came to challenge her, but in the end, they could only return empty-handed. This beauty, who completely suppressed her in terms of appearance, was actually here to challenge her. If you want to challenge a teacher of the Martial Arts Academy, then you will have to go through me first. With a wave of her hand, she took out a short blade that was only a foot long. Her figure suddenly floated back and looked at the blue-haired beauty in front of her from 30 feet away. The short blade was unsheathed, bringing out a misty blue light. Under the pressure of the Do Chi, it emitted a dazzling blade Chi. The blue-haired beauty smiled slightly and said, "Do you want to accept my challenge? Although your Do Chi isn't weak, you are still not my opponent. Call your teacher. You brought me here, so I owe you a favor. I don't want to fight with you." Zi Qingming coldly said, "You don't owe me anything. Since you are here to challenge me, then you'll have to go through me first." She lightly waved the short blade in her hand. The misty blue blade brought out a hazy luster. The blade emitted a cold air in all directions. Her body was already covered by a layer of blue Do Chi, showing the strength of a sword master. The confrontation between the two beauties immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. In a moment, hundreds of students from the Lanmeng Academy surrounded them. Looking at the two beauties, some of the smarter students had already gone to the school building to report to the teachers of the Martial Arts Academy. The blue-haired beauty pulled out the sword from the ground. She lightly smiled and said, "Since it is like this, then you can make your move. If you lose, then your teacher will naturally come out." Zi Qingming coldly snorted. Her feet slid forward 1 foot. The short blade in her hand seemed to come alive, gently waving in her hand. It was like a ball of blue light, tightly locking onto her opponent. Her feet crisscrossed in small steps without any pattern. Her graceful figure was like a dance, approaching the blue-haired beauty from all directions. The blue-haired beauty stood there with a smile on her face. She didn't even unsheath her long sword, waiting in silence. All the cyan figures suddenly converged, and the dense cyan light burst out in an instant. The cyan light ball transformed into countless saber shadows that enveloped her body. The blue-haired beauty didn't move her feet. With a slight shake of her wrist, a dark red light brought with it a burning hot current as she lifted the sheathed long sword. Her battle chi didn't come out of her body like Zi Qingming did. Instead, it was completely condensed on the sheath without any fancy movements. The scabbard thrust forward in a thrusting posture, straight towards the center of Zi Qingming's saber shadow. "Condense!" Zi Qingming shouted. A strange scene appeared. The originally chaotic cyan saber shadows suddenly converged in the middle and disappeared. Dozens of sabers converged into one. With a soft clink, the short blade accurately cut the front of the scabbard. At this moment, the green light completely disappeared. One could see that the short blade in Zi Qingming's hand was completely made of green metal. The hilt of the saber was about 5 inches long, and the body of the saber was 8 inches long. The tip of the saber was slightly tilted, and under the sunlight, it flashed with a faint cold light. The pause only lasted for a moment before Zi Qingming let out a muffled groan and was forced back 5 steps before she could stabilize herself. At this time, the blue-haired beauty returned to her original posture, as if she hadn't moved at all. Good saber skills. You reasonably use the speed of the saber to make up for the lack of battle chi in your body. Unfortunately, you have a good set of saber skills, but your battle chi has just entered the realm of a sword master. You can't display the full power of your saber skills. I already said that you are not my opponent. Call your master out. Zi Qingming's complexion was like the short blade in her hand. The blood in her body was churning, and a burning hot aura was constantly emitting from her saber. She didn't dare to open her mouth, for fear of losing her battle chi and being attacked by her opponent's fire attribute battle chi. "What are you doing surrounded by so many people? Hey, Little Meng, what happened to you? As soon as Zi Qingjian's tall figure appeared, the students immediately opened up a path for him. He strode to Zi Qingming's side. When he saw the blue-haired beauty, Zi Qingjian was stunned. He clearly felt that his heart was beating faster and faster. He was 27 years old this year, and for the first time in 27 years, his heart was beating faster because of a woman. He couldn't believe that the woman in front of him was even more beautiful than his sister. Standing there, her body naturally exuded an aura like a mountain. That kind of unshakable feeling left a very deep impression on him. The smile on her face was so gentle, and her blue eyes were so clear. Brother. Zi Qingming's voice was a bit hoarse. Her call made Zi Qingjian come back to his senses. He realized that something was wrong with his sister. He put his hand on her shoulder and transferred his battle qi into her body. Zi Qingming's complexion improved a bit, and the short blade in her hand also regained its luster. Little sister, what happened? Zi Qingjian asked curiously. Zi Qingming's eyes revealed a trace of hatred. Brother, she came to challenge you. You must defeat her. Zi Qingjian looked at the blue-haired beauty in astonishment. You came to challenge me? Did you injure my sister? The blue-haired beauty smiled faintly. No, I didn't injure her. I only suppressed the battle qi in her body. If your strength is about the same as hers, then please call your teacher. Hearing the blue-haired beauty's moving voice, Zi Qingjian only felt his face heat up. I am a teacher of the academy. His voice was not as loud as usual. The blue-haired beauty's eyes lit up. She raised the long sword in her hand and said, Then please make your move. Weapon or barehanded, it's up to you. Zi Qingjian coughed and stabilized his mind. Weapons have no eyes. Let's do it barehanded. My hands are heavy, so you must be careful. The blue-haired beauty smiled faintly. Is that so? Then I'd like to see it for myself. With a flick of her wrist, the sheathed sword was inserted into the ground without making any sound. Nearly half of it was buried in the ground. She took a step forward and her expression changed. The gentle smile disappeared and was replaced with a calm expression. She stood with her feet in a T-shape and her palms like knives, one in front and one behind her to protect her chest. Zi Qingjian had been a martial arts fanatic since childhood. Feeling his opponent's aura as steady as a mountain, the beauty no longer existed in his eyes. His right foot took a step forward and the bones in his body crackled. Violent blue battle qi scattered in all directions. Around his body, it was as if a whirlpool of walls had appeared. He was indeed a freak to be able to cultivate his wind attribute battle qi, which was known for its agility and speed, to such a violent realm. In the main teaching building, two people, one old and one young, walked out from the main door. High-stretched. Old, really old. It's only been 3 months, and my body can't take it anymore. The two people who walked out of the teaching building were Nian Bing and Hai, who had been bitterly studying magic. Their faces were pale, as if they hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Nian Bing smiled. Teacher, don't say that. With your spiritual power, how can you feel tired? He had gained a lot in the past 3 months. Because he realized the importance of the basics, he didn't study magic arrays anymore. Instead, when he was studying dual elemental magic with Evernight, he would immerse himself in meditation whenever he had the time. He would spend at least 15 to 16 hours a day meditating. In the past 3 months, he had learned a lot from Evernight, especially the application of dual elemental magic. Hai's knowledge of magic was extremely profound. Even Long Ji couldn't compare. Breathing in the fresh air of the field, he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. Hai let out a soft cry of surprise. What's going on over there? Why are there so many people around? The atmosphere isn't right. Little Nianbing, let's go take a look. Nianbing smiled. Teacher, don't you hate crowds the most? I remember you saying yesterday that being alone is the most peaceful. Only in a state of tranquility and in action can magic be improved better. Hai glared at Nian Bing. You little brat, you can adapt to anything. It would be strange if you don't develop a solitary character if you're always alone. His words seemed to be reproaching, but the pampering in them was extremely obvious. In the past 3 months, Nian Bing's magic power had increased significantly. Similarly, Hai had also gained a deeper understanding of dual-element magic under Nian Bing's various novel ideas. He faintly felt that the problem he had been unable to solve for so long had a breakthrough. What he needed now was an instant enlightenment. He was only a step away from breaking through to the realm of a magic shooter. A dual-element mage could be said to be 1 in 10,000. Nian Bing's talent and intelligence were greatly appreciated by Hai. He had already regarded Nian Bing as his direct disciple. Nian Bing smiled. Master, you've worked hard these days. This disciple doesn't have anything to repay you. Let's go to the cooking department later. I'll make you a good meal. Hai's eyes lit up and he smiled. I forgot that you're a student of the cooking department. It's fine. Didn't you only delay for 3 months? I'll tell that old pervert Zixiao. A yellow light shone from Hai's body. He rubbed his hands lightly on the ground, and earth elements quickly condensed. The ground of the field suddenly protruded, bringing him and Nian Bing up 3 meters before stopping. Teacher, although you're a magic shooter, you can even cast a level 3 spell instantly. You're really amazing. Nian Bing half-truthfully flattered Hai. When his gaze fell on the field surrounded by students, his body couldn't help but tremble. Why is it her? Hai also saw the scene in the center of the field from above. What a beautiful little girl. You know her? Nian Bing nodded. Yes, she's my friend. The blue-clothed beauty was none other than Feng Nu, whom he hadn't seen for several months. Why was she here? Could it be that she was looking for him like Shuejing? That was impossible. Feng Nu couldn't have known his whereabouts. He continued to watch with a doubtful heart. At this time, Feng Nu and Zi Qingjian made their move. Zi Qingjian took half a step forward with his left foot and drew an arc in front of his chest with his right hand. He slowly retreated towards Feng Nu. Green aura condensed and didn't disperse. With a low shout, the aura actually condensed into a green ball of light and suddenly exploded towards Feng Nu. Seeing this, Nian Bing's heart couldn't help but tighten. However, the distance was too far. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to save Feng Nu in time. The Phoenix girl suddenly made a strange gesture. She raised her right palm and her 4 fingers naturally drooped down. Her palm and forearm were at a 90-degree angle. In an instant, her right hand turned completely fiery red. Seeing the green Do Chi ball in front of her, she didn't even try to dodge. Instead, she slapped her palm down. The moment the red light in her hand collided with the green Do Chi ball, a deafening explosion was heard. After the fire Do Chi and the wind Do Chi collided, a huge shockwave was produced. The shockwave spread out in all directions in a circular arc. Immediately, the surrounding students fell to the ground. Fortunately, they were only affected by the shockwave and only suffered minor injuries. The curious students finally sensed the danger and all retreated. This allowed the space around Feng Nu and Zi Qingjian to expand greatly. Hai saw this scene and said with some surprise, Trader Qing's aura is improving really quickly, but that girl's aura seems a bit strange. She was able to neutralize Zi Qingjian's aura without spitting it out. The shockwave created by the aura disappeared. Feng Nu stood in her original position without moving. Zi Qingjian's expression changed slightly. He stood a meter away from the attack, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. It was obvious that he couldn't neutralize the shockwave and was knocked away from his original position. Feng Nu smiled slightly. Not bad. Your aura is very thick, but it's still lacking. If you don't have any more powerful abilities, go find another teacher or even your dean. Zi Qingjian's expression became serious. He knew that he represented the dignity of the academy. He couldn't lose so easily. Take another move from me. Enveloped by the green Dookie, the purple purity sword soared into the air. His Dookie reached its peak in an instant. His hands formed the shape of claws, and he leapt at the Phoenix girl like a hungry eagle pouncing on its prey. He shouted, "Take my life-tearing heavy eagle hand." In order to win, he finally used his ultimate technique. Feng Nu's expression became more serious. Her feet touched the ground, and she rushed towards Zi Qingjian. Her hands moved rhythmically like wings. The red aura dyed her entire body red. Her hands strangely rose up, directly blocking Zi Qingjian's heavy eagle hand. Nian Bing couldn't hold back any longer. He tore open a blizzard scroll and rushed towards the two in the air. He had heard Cha-Cha-Ji say that the heavy eagle hand could be used at will. When used at full force, it could easily tear apart an elephant's body. At this moment, he suddenly realized how important the Phoenix girl was to him. Even if he had to disregard everything, he would still save her. Did Feng Nu really need him to save her? Even though Nian Bing's movements were already very fast, there was no way he could make it in time. The strange red color of his hand gently imprinted itself onto the domineering, heavy eagle claw. A loud phoenix cry was emitted from the Phoenix maiden's mouth. The two of them clashed for a moment before separating. Their hands collided over 100 times in the air in an instant. The Phoenix maiden returned to the ground at the same speed, while the purple purity sword was knocked flying. Nian Bing had just arrived at this moment. He instinctively caught Zi Qingjian in midair and used the blizzard scroll to bring him to the ground. He could clearly feel Zi Qingjian's breathing become abnormally rapid. His large, bony hands, which seemed extremely strong, were actually trembling slightly. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Feng Nu had won? After floating to the ground, Feng Nu also discovered Nian Bing. She looked at him in surprise. "Why are you here too?" Nian Bing was immediately sure that Feng Nu wasn't here to find him. Zi Qingjian landed on the ground. He looked at Feng Nu and said, "Sincerely, I lost. Thank you for showing mercy." Previously, when the two had fought in midair, Feng Nu's Do Qi had completely suppressed him. She had at least 3 chances to slit his throat. Others may not have seen it clearly, but how could he not have known? Feng Nu smiled slightly and said, "The strength of your heavy eagle hand is really great. It made up for the lack of Do Qi. It's a pity that the difference between your Do Qi and mine is too great. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have had the confidence to win against you. Lan Meng Academy is indeed a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Nian Bing stood between the two. "Feng Nu, why did you fight with Qingjian Dage?" "She's here to challenge." Zi Qingming's cold voice sounded. When she discovered that Nian Bing and Feng Nu knew each other, she couldn't help but feel a burst of irritation in her heart. "Challenge? Feng Nu, you." Nian Bing looked at her with experience. Feng Nu smiled and said, "Can I challenge? If I want to improve my martial skills, the best way is to fight. That's why I'm here." "Nian Bing, what about you?" Nian Bing said, "I'm here to learn cooking and magic. You've already fought with Qingjian Dage, so don't challenge him again. There's no need to harm our friendship." Feng Nu's eyes flashed and said, "Nian Bing, I hope you won't interfere in my matters. Before I lose, I will continue to challenge." Nian Bing frowned. He felt Feng Nu's persistence. At this moment, he really didn't know which side he should stand on. Zi Qingming ridiculed, "Aren't you a magician? You're also a member of the Academy. You have the obligation to help the Academy welcome external challenges. If you have the ability, then defeat her." Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with interest and said with a smile, "Will you fight with me?" Nian Bing was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes flashed. She said, "All right, then I'll accept your challenge on behalf of the Academy. Although I'm not a warrior, I still have the obligation." Feng Nu said with surprise, You really want to fight with me? Nian Bing smiled and said, Can I? I didn't expect your martial skills to be so strong. Even Qing Jiandage lost. However, I still want to try. Feng Nu also smiled. I already understand Nian Bing's intention. She shook her head gently. I won't be merciful. Nian Bing turned and said to Zi Qingjian, and Zi Qingjian stepped back. I'll accept her challenge on behalf of the Academy. Zi Qingjian said, But aren't you her friend? Nian Bing smiled and said, Friends can also exchange pointers. Step back. She turned to face Feng Nu, and her right hand flashed twice. Sigh of the frozen goddess and roar of the fire god appeared in her hand. Feng Nu pulled out Parting Heaven and pointed at Nian Bing. Make your move. Nian Bing's gaze sharpened, and a focused look appeared in his eyes. Phoenix Girl, you're the first opponent that I've used the ice and fire homology technique with all my strength. My attacks are all-pervasive. Feng Nu smiled and said, A warrior's speed is the greatest threat to a magician. Let's see how you deal with my attacks. Be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, her body floated up as if she were flying. In a flash, she appeared in front of Nian Bing and pointed her scabbard at his shoulder. Nian Bing didn't move. Just as the scabbard was about to hit his body, he suddenly raised his morning dew dagger. Was he going to use his dagger to block Parting Heaven? Of course not. Even Zi Qingjian's heavy eagle claw couldn't deal with Feng Nu's duki. How could he possibly block Feng Nu's sword? The morning dew dagger emitted a greenish-blue light and swung towards Feng Nu's wrist at an extremely fast speed. He didn't seem to care about the scabbard at all. Even 100 Nian Bings couldn't break the Phoenix Lady's do qi, but the morning dew dagger could. The morning dew dagger, known as the Sigh of the Snow Goddess, was the nemesis of the Phoenix Lady's do qi. If it could break her fire attribute do qi, the Phoenix Lady wouldn't dare to let the dagger hit her. However, Parting Heaven was very long. She had absolute confidence that she could hit Nian Bing first, and then dodge her dagger. Therefore, she didn't release her duki and continued to hit him. At this moment, Nian Bing smiled. Just as the scabbard was about to hit his body, an ice wall suddenly appeared between him and Feng Nu. The morning dew dagger in his hand slashed forward without any fanciful movements, changing dozens of positions in an instant and slashing towards Feng Nu's arm with a chilling aura. At this moment, if Feng Nu released her duki, the fourth rank ice wall definitely wouldn't be able to block it. However, Nian Bing's morning dew dagger would also cut her arm, so she didn't have the time to release her duki. Helpless, she could only turn around to save herself. The Parting Heaven sword in her hand flipped and blocked Nian Bing's morning dew dagger. Nian Bing didn't have duki. If he met force with force, not only would the morning dew dagger be sent flying, even he himself would be thrown up. However, even though he didn't have duki, the speed of his attack was incomparable to Feng Nu's. His attack was fast, so was his retraction. At the same time that Feng Nu turned around to save herself, he had already retracted his dagger. The ice wall instantly enlarged, blocking Feng Nu's path of advance. Meanwhile, he quickly retreated a few steps and used a steady voice to chant the magic he needed the most. Great Ice Goddess, please lend me your fury and send us to the lost shore, blizzard. Under the sigh of the Ice Goddess, a blizzard quickly appeared in front of Nian Bing. However, no matter how fast the magic was formed, it couldn't be faster than a warrior's movements. The ice wall was already completely shattered when the blizzard was halfway formed. Nian Bing didn't panic. The sigh of the Ice Goddess and the roar of the fire god pointed forward at the same time. A fireball and an ice ball flew out at the same time, blocking Feng Nu's body. Feng Nu lightly waved the scabbard in her hand, and two red lights floated out to meet the magic attacking her. Her forward speed didn't decrease in the slightest. At this moment, the two magic spells that were originally moving forward suddenly stopped, and in a flash they flew horizontally and collided with each other. The moment they collided was also the moment when Feng Nu rushed forward. In the violent explosion, Feng Nu's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Her red duki suddenly burst forth, completely blocking the power of the explosive flames. However, under her carelessness, the two extremes of ice and fire still gave her quite a bit of trouble, causing her to lose the opportunity to chase after Nianbing. In the distance, the Dark Knight sorcerer sighed in admiration. Good ice and fire are of the same origin. The blizzard carried Nianbing's body and flew up. When the magicians flew, the situation was not so favorable for the warriors. Of course, without the strength of a great magician or above, it was not easy to fly, especially for fire and earth magicians. It was simply impossible for them to fly. Floating in the air, Nianbing looked at Feng Nu, who had stopped in her tracks. She smiled and said, "Do you still want to continue? How about we call it a draw?" Feng Nu unhappily said, "You wish? You think you can beat me like this? If I remember correctly, the blizzard can't fly too high, and it can't last for too long." Hearing her say so, Nianbing smiled and said, "Since it's like this, then please receive my attack." Rank 1 fireballs and ice balls covered the sky as they flew down with the two peerless blades used as magic staffs. Feng Nu snorted and finally unsheathed Parting Heaven Godly Sword. The fiery red light suddenly increased greatly. Under the urging of Do Qi, it actually brought out a red light that was 1 zhang long. Wherever the firelight passed, no matter if it was a spell of the same origin of ice or fire, it didn't have time to explode. Not a single spell could escape the fiery red light curtain. No matter how strong the origin of ice or fire was, it was impossible to rely on a rank 1 spell to defeat a powerful warrior like Feng Nu seeing the powerful sword light. The Z siblings couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Such a violent Do Qi, coupled with the flashing red light of the long sword, wasn't something they could resist. This was Feng Nu's true strength. Zi Qingmeng whispered to her brother, "Is she a martial artist?" Zi Qingmeng nodded and said, "Not only is she a martial artist, but she's a martial artist close to swordsman. I really don't know how she trained at such a young age." Nianbing bitterly smiled at Feng Nu in the air. His attack had already stopped. Should he use a powerful spell to attack? Nianbing didn't want to. What if he hurt Feng Nu? But she was already riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Feng Nu clearly didn't want to find a way out. What should she do now? Feng Nu looked at Nianbing and slowly raised Parting Heaven's sword in her hand. "Nianbing, don't hold back. Let me see how strong your magic is." Just as Nianbing was hesitating whether or not to continue this battle, an old voice sounded, "Nianbing, come down. I think this lady came to Lanmeng to find me." At this time the field was already surrounded by thousands of students, but this old voice still clearly traveled to everyone's ears. Looking down, Nianbing saw the crowd retreat to the sides like a tide. A tall old man with a hunched back slowly walked into the circle. He recognized this old man. It was the old man who had reminded him of the importance of the basics 3 months ago. "Dean, Dean!" Respectful voices continuously sounded. The old man smiled and gestured to the surrounding students. When he walked into the circle, the Zi Qingmeng siblings lowered their heads. "Father," Nianbing almost fell from the sky. He never would have thought that the old man who had swept the floor was the Zi Qingmeng siblings' father. He was also the dean of the martial arts department and the dean of Lanmeng Academy. The old man faced Feng Nu, who was holding Parting Heaven's sword, and smiled. "Little girl, I was right. Your elders must have asked you to find a blade called Purple Dream." "I am Purple Dream." The Phoenix girl put the Parting Heaven's sword behind her back and nodded to Zimeng. She said, "Hello, Mr. Dean. I am here to exchange pointers with you." Purple Dream smiled faintly and said, "Why won't those elders of yours let go of me, these old bones? Since that's the case, then please." Feng Nu glanced at Nianbing, who had already landed on the ground. His expression suddenly became serious. The red dough chi continued to rise, making his body look like a ball of fire. At this time, the ground suddenly shook. The ground around Feng Nu and Purple Dream suddenly protruded from the ground. The surrounding students could only watch as the ground lifted off the ground until it reached 10 feet. Purple Dream's gaze drifted towards the school building. "Thank you, old friend." Only Nian Bing's new teacher, Dark Knight, was able to use earth magic to such an astounding level. Dark Knight's voice came from afar. "Old Purple, don't embarrass yourself." Unknowingly, Zi Xiu had already come to his side and was looking at them from afar. Purple Dream didn't say anything. He made a gesture to Feng Nu. Feng Nu's expression didn't change because of the change in the ground. The 9 abandonment dou qi on her body burned even more fiercely. She slowly raised the parting heaven sword. Suddenly she moved. The long sword in her hand instantly swung forward and slashed out a red light blade that went straight for Purple Dream. Her body followed the sword as she rushed towards Purple Dream. The moment she left her original position, the red dough chi around her suddenly changed, turning into a faint silver. Because she was so fast, she left behind a string of afterimages in the air. Nian Bing didn't understand martial arts, but she heard Zi Qingjian exclaim in a low voice, "It really is Swordsman Saint Dou Qi." Although she barely reached it, she has already taken one step into Swordsman's door. The same silver light came from Purple Dream's body. The silver light on his body was much thicker than that of Feng Nu's. It blocked Feng Nu's attack very naturally. There was no explosion. The silver light suddenly expanded under Feng Nu's lightning-fast movements. It was very difficult to see their battle from the outside. Nian Bing asked Zi Qingjian in a low voice, "Brother Zi Qingjian, what is Saint Dou Qi?" Zi Qingjian explained, "Saint Dou Qi can be said to be the highest realm that warriors pursue. No matter what attribute the Dou Qi is, as long as it reaches the Saint Dou Qi realm, its color will turn silver. This is the symbol of swordsman, other than the legendary golden god Dou Qi of divine masters. Saint Dou Qi is the strongest. 15 years ago, my father reached the swordsman realm at the age of 47. He was known as the youngest swordsman. Since then, Lanmeng Academy's name has shaken the continent. Together with the other 6 swordsmen, they're known as the 7 sages of the continent. But this girl looks to be around 20 years old, and she has already entered the swordsman realm. It is really hard to believe." Chapter 52. Swordsman, and Magister were at the same level. Hearing Zi Qingjian's words, Nian Bing was also stunned. He himself had not yet entered the Magister realm, but Feng Nu was already close to Swordsman, who was equivalent to a Magister. Saint Dou Qi, what a joke! He had even wanted to find an excuse to stop her from continuing the challenge. This only showed that he had overestimated himself. With her Dou Qi cultivation, even if there was a blizzard, he would not be able to dodge her attacks. While his thoughts were running wild, the 2 people on the platform were already having a great time fighting. When Nian Bing raised his head again, he discovered that the 2 people on the platform had already disappeared. Just as he was about to ask, he heard 2 sharp sounds, which seemed to be produced by Dou Qi cutting through the air. 2 figures floated to the sides of the platform. Purple Dream was still as calm as ever, but Feng Nu's face was somewhat pale. The Dou Qi on her body had returned to the color of flames. It seemed that her clothes and pink hair were somewhat disheveled. Her full chest was undulating as she looked at Purple Dream. Silence. The entire field had become abnormally silent. "I lost." Feng Nu's voice was very calm. Purple Dream smiled and said, "Although I have the upper hand, the outcome has not been decided yet. You had the chance to destroy both of us." Feng Nu shook her head and said, "No, I used the parting heaven godly sword to force a tie. If you had a weapon in hand, I would have lost long ago, not to mention the chance to take you down with me. I will come again. Zimeng smiled and said, You don't have to come again. In 10 years, your martial arts will definitely surpass mine. Your seniors have finally succeeded in cultivating the Xiantian 9 separations body. However, your weakness is that you can't balance the qi in your do qi. If you can keep your do qi in check, even if I have a weapon in my hand, it won't be easy to beat you. When you go back, you can tell them that I lost the bet that year. If there is a chance, tell them to come find me for a drink. I will let Zixiu personally cook. It has been many years. How are their bodies? Feng Nu's eyes were filled with respect. The elders are still in good health. Thank you for your guidance and for fighting with you. Feng Nu has benefited a lot. Purple Dream smiled and said, If you are willing, you can stay in the academy and cultivate for a while. Maybe I can teach you something. Feng Nu's eyes flashed. She shook her head and said, Thank you for your kindness, but I still have other things to do. I must leave as soon as possible. Purple Dream said, All right then. Remember to relay my words to your seniors. Feng Nu nodded and jumped down from the earthen platform. Her figure flashed. The magic aura on the platform suddenly thickened. Nian Bing had already flown up. Feng Nu, can you wait for a while before leaving? Feng Nu was stunned. Nian Bing smiled. He said, I haven't seen you for several months. I want to cook a meal for you. A meal won't take up too much of your time. Feng Nu also smiled. All right, I haven't eaten delicious food for many days. Seeing Nian Bing again, she was also happy. However, this time she had fully displayed her strength in front of Nian Bing. She was originally afraid that Nian Bing would hold a grudge, but now it seemed that he didn't have any dissatisfaction. Nian Bing turned her gaze to Purple Dream and said respectfully, Dean, thank you for your guidance. It has benefited me greatly. Today I have something to trouble you with. Purple Dream smiled and said, Young man, your magic has reached such a level at such a young age. Moreover, you are a magician of the same origin of ice and fire. Your future is limitless. If you have something to ask, just say it. Nian Bing's eyes shone brightly. He said in a deep voice, I want to ask you to host a competition. I also want a challenge. Challenge? Purple Dream was stunned. Who do you want to challenge? Nian Bing smiled indifferently. He said, I want to challenge the dean of the cooking department, Senior Camel Chef Zixiu. I hope you can agree. Purple Dream smiled and said, I heard from Zixiu that you are the successor of the ghost chef. However, even if you defeat Zixiu, what's the point? Why don't you just compare notes with each other? There's no need to make the challenge so serious. Nian Bing shook his head and said, No, this is very important to me. Senior Zixiu said that as long as I can defeat him, he will tell me something. Purple Dream's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Camel Chef Zixiu had already reached the platform with a few leaps. Young man, you really want to challenge me? I once said that you must defeat my 2 disciples before you have the right to challenge me. Nian Bing said indifferently, Senior Zixiu, I don't think you need to go through so much trouble. With my cooking skills, Brother Qingjian and Miss Qingming can't defeat me. I still have this much confidence. Zixiu laughed and said, Then where does your confidence come from? Nian Bing looked up at him and said calmly, Magic. Magic? Zixiu looked at Nian Bing in surprise. Nian Bing nodded and repeated, Yes, it is magic. Zixiu fell into deep thought and said after a while, So, the reason you know magic is because you want to integrate it into your cooking. That old man, Cha Ji, really rose from where he fell. Nian Bing said, Now I should have the qualifications to challenge you. Using magic in cooking is my biggest advantage. I may not be as good as you in terms of cooking skills, but I have enough confidence in myself. Camel Chef Zixiu turned to Zimeng and said, Big brother, you approve his challenge. I want to see how much he has learned from Chaji. Nianbing, I will wait for you at the Academy Hotel. As soon as he finished speaking, he floated up and instantly accelerated while wrapped in blue douqi. He flew over the heads of the students and disappeared after a few jumps. Although he didn't have the strength of his brother Zimeng, the swordsman, his martial skills had reached the boundary of a martial artist's realm. Zimeng looked deeply at Nianbing and suddenly smiled. I haven't seen little brother Xiao so serious in a long time. Young man, you have to work hard. I also want to taste the delicacies brought about by magic. Old Black, you come too. Miss Feng, please. Nianbing, Zimeng, Feng Nu, Ziqingjian, and He Yi left the academy and came to the hotel where Li San had brought Nianbing. Although the students also wanted to see this fierce battle, the hotel was only so big. Moreover, Zimeng had given strict orders that no one was allowed to skip class. They could only watch and sigh. With a faint smile, Nianbing calmed down. It was Feng Nu's challenge to Zimeng that ignited his competitive spirit. He was very clear that although Feng Nu came to challenge Zimeng, she definitely knew that she wasn't a match for a swordsman like Zimeng. However, she still didn't back down and used all of her strength to challenge Zimeng. Since he had challenged Zixiao, he had a chance of winning. Why wait? He had already wasted a lot of time in the academy. The time for the new magician competition was getting closer and closer. In these 3 months, he had finally found some secrets to the true fusion of ice and fire. As long as he went to Aolan City and completed Luo Ro's task, he could find a place to cultivate in peace. A place like the academy was not suitable for him. It was still not suitable for him. He was used to living a free life, so any restrictions would make him feel awkward. Thus, Nianbing chose this time to challenge Zixiao in front of Principal Zimeng. When they arrived at the restaurant, Zixiao had already changed into a chef's robe. Seeing Nianbing's arrival, he said, "Kid, choose a martial arts competition, lest you say that I'm bullying you." Nianbing smiled and said, "In war, there is a saying that goes, quality is more important than quantity. Our culinary skills can also be used. I'll compete with you in a dish that I'm best at. Then, I'll invite everyone here to judge and decide the winner. I hope you don't forget what you said before. If I win, you have to tell me who my master's enemy is." Zixiao snorted and said, "Kid, you're very confident. When I became famous, who knows where you were?" Nianbing smiled. She said, "Senior Zixiao, are you afraid?" Zixiao's heart shook. That's right, looking at this confident kid in front of him. Why did his confidence disappear? A light flashed in his eyes, and his lost aura reappeared. "I'll give you an hour to choose the ingredients you need. After an hour, we'll decide the winner. I'd like to see how you'll use all the skills your master taught you in a dish." Nianbing nodded and said, "All right, this junior would also like to experience the hunchback god of cooking skills." Feng Nu walked to Nian Nu's side and said with a smile, "Is there anything you need my help with?" Nianbing shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Just wait and eat. After leaving my master, I haven't cooked with all my strength. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my ice and fire feast. I'm sure I'll win." Zixiao said, "Nianbing, I won't take advantage of you. Little Meng, you'll be in charge of preparing the ingredients for me. Qingjian, you'll help Nianbing. No matter what he needs, as long as it can be bought in the city, satisfy him." Qingjian came to Nianbing's side. "Brother, what ingredients do you need?" Nianbing smiled and asked him to find a pen and paper. She carefully wrote down what she needed and handed it to Qingjian. Qingjian gave it a cursory glance and immediately went to prepare it. Purple Dream and Zixiao went to the side to chat, while Black Knight sat there with his eyes closed. It was unknown whether he was meditating or dozing off. It was currently afternoon, and there weren't many guests at lunch. A peak showdown of the culinary world was about to begin. "Feng Nu, didn't you go to the Longmu Empire?" Why did you come here to challenge Headmaster Purple Dream? Nian Bing asked in a low voice. Feng Nu glanced at him and said, I finished my business there, so I'm also traveling the continent, challenging experts to perfect my skills. What about you? Why are you here? Nian Bing said, I originally wanted to go to Aulin City, but I heard that the Ottoman Empire was at war with the Huashang and Qilu empires, so I came here first. I haven't seen you for a few months, and you seem to have become even prettier. Seeing the smile on Nian Bing's face, Feng Nu blushed slightly. When did you learn to be so glib? The war ended a month ago, and the empires were simply bluffing. However, it's said that the Ottoman Empire suffered heavy losses this time. Dozens of cities were plundered, and in the end, the Ice Moon Empire's Ice God Magician Legion and the Ice Moon Empire's Trump Card Knights arrived to resolve the war. The Ottoman Empire wanted to retaliate, but the Huashang and Qilu empires retreated to their own borders and set up heavy defenses. Because the cities at the borders were plundered, the Ottoman Empire's resources couldn't keep up, and the Ice Moon Empire was also on an expedition, so they could only leave the matter unsettled. However, this war seems to indicate that the continent won't be peaceful again. Nian Bing said with some doubt. Then what about the Longmu Empire? Didn't they participate in the war? From what I heard, the Longmu Empire has always been at odds with the Huarong Empire. The two empires share a border, so why not take advantage of such a good opportunity? If the three empires combine their strength, they might be able to defeat the Huarong Empire and Qilu Empire. Feng Nu's eyes flashed. How could it be that easy? The Huarong Empire's strength is much stronger than we imagined. They have countless experts. Although this time they launched an attack against the Ottoman Empire, their Order of the Flaming Lion has always been guarding the border with the Longmu Empire. The Longmu Empire once tried to attack them, and even caused the Longmu Empire to suffer quite a bit. Fortunately, the war has temporarily stopped, and there shouldn't be another war for a while. As for what will happen in the future, it's hard to say. Nian Bing, are you sure you can beat that camel chef? Nian Bing smiled bitterly and shook her head. She said seriously, how can I be sure? The ostrich god of cookery was already famous 30 years ago, and was ranked third among the 5 gods of cookery. My knowledge of Senior Zixio is only limited to what my master told me. 20 years have passed, and who knows what new research Senior Zixio has done. I can only try my best. My advantage lies in magic, and my chances of winning are only 50-50. However, I have a way to greatly increase my chances of winning. It depends on whether you can help me or not. Feng Nu stared blankly for a moment and asked doubtfully, Me? What can I help you with? You know that I only know how to cook porridge. It's already good enough that I don't cause trouble for you. Nian Bing still had a serious look on her face. No, you can help me a lot. You have to know that as an outstanding chef, my mood determines whether I can bring out my culinary skills to the fullest. If I have your help, I can wholeheartedly immerse myself in cooking. In a happy mood, I can naturally make more delicious food. I just don't know if you're willing to. Feng Nu smiled and said, This is related to the whereabouts of your master's enemy. As long as I can help, just say it. I'll definitely help you. Nian Bing's face changed. His originally serious, handsome face had a trace of a smile. He said in a low voice, It's very simple. If you promise to let me kiss you after I win, my mood will naturally be happy. Feng Nu's face turned red. How could she have thought that Nian Bing would suddenly say such words? She pretended to hit him. Hateful, you're actually taking advantage of me. Nian Bing hurriedly dodged to the side. Don't hit me. I can't withstand your Saint Battle Chi. I'm not joking, it's the truth. If you don't believe me, you can try and see if I'm lying. Feng Nu snorted and said, Who wants to try hateful? If you keep talking, I'll ignore you. Nian Bing laughed and said, Okay, I won't say it. Feng Nu, you're so cute when you're blushing. Seeing Feng Nu again, he always had an impulse in his heart. He didn't know why, but at this time he only had Feng Nu in his heart. The nervousness he should have had before the competition with the camel god of cooking did not appear. With Feng Nu's gaze, he found that his confidence had greatly increased, and his whole body was exceptionally comfortable. Feng Nu angrily glared at him. Her face was still red as she said in a low voice, "Don't joke around. Aren't you going to think about what dish you're going to cook later? I believe you have the ability to win. Green, take from blue and surpass blue. Ice water, colder than water. The older generation will always be replaced by the younger generation. Today is a very good opportunity. I believe that as long as you can win this competition, you will gain confidence, and you will definitely be able to improve your culinary skills to the next level. Just like when I compare notes with people, your culinary skills also need to compare notes with experts to have a greater improvement. Pressure makes people move forward. Believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. Maybe in a few years, the continent will no longer have the memories of the five god of cooking, but only the ice and fire chef." With Feng Nu's encouragement, Ling Nianbing's heart was moved. This was a true friend. The encouragement at the crucial moment often played a huge role. Clenching his fist, Nianbing looked at Feng Nu with a firm gaze and nodded. He no longer spoke and sat on the chair beside him. He closed his eyes and began to meditate like the night. Only when his mental state was maintained at the best level could he display his strength. An hour was neither too long nor too short. When Nianbing opened his eyes once again, Jiang Chen was stunned. Everything had been prepared. The restaurant's kitchen was divided into two parts. All the kitchen utensils were present. Feng Nu, Zi Meng, Zi Qingjian, Zi Qingmeng, and the knight sat in a row by the wall. The camel chef, Zi Xiao, seemed to have finished his preparations and was standing behind the kitchen table, preparing something. Standing up, Nianbing slightly nodded toward Zi Xiao and said, "Senior, can we begin?" Zi Xiao nodded and said, "Begin. An hour is the limit. An hour should be enough for you to display your skills. After all, there is only one dish." Nianbing smiled and said, "It is indeed enough. Senior, please." Just as he was about to walk towards his own kitchen, the Phoenix girl's voice suddenly rang out. "You're right." "Nianbing, wait a moment." Nianbing looked back in shock. Feng Nu had already stood up and her figure flashed. Nianbing felt a fragrant wind hit his nose. It was the unique fragrance of a woman. Something cold lightly touched his face. When he came back to his senses, everything had already disappeared. Feng Nu was standing a meter away from him. Her blushing face was as cute as a red apple. It looked like he was itching to take a bite. She said in a low voice, "I hope you aren't lying to me. I'll wait to taste your ice and fire feast. If you win, I can consider your previous proposal." After saying this, her figure flashed again, and she returned to her seat. Zi Qingmeng and Zi Qingjian's expressions changed. Zi Qingjian sadly lowered his head. He secretly glanced at Feng Nu from the corner of his eyes and sighed. Zi Qingming's eyes flashed with a trace of jealousy. Her hands gripped the armrests of her chair, and she looked at Feng Nu with a sharp gaze. Nianbing touched her face. That warm feeling lingered for a long time. She took a deep look at the Phoenix maiden and nodded firmly at her. Then she went to her kitchen table. He could clearly feel the blood in his body boiling. His hands trembled with excitement, and his fingers and wrists became more flexible. He knew that this was the feeling of being at his peak. He pressed his hands against the table and looked up. At this time, Zi Xiao was also looking at him. Their gazes met in the air, and intense sparks flew. Zi Xiao smiled and said, "Boy, you have a bright future ahead of you." Nianbing blushed and smiled back. "Compared to you, I'm a far cry from you. Please." Taking a step back, red on the left and blue on the right, two lights faintly flashed on Nianbing's skin. His powerful aura suddenly rose. It was as if what was in front of him was no longer cooking utensils and ingredients, but an enemy. Camel chef Zi Xiao did not move. He looked at the sudden change in Nian Bing's aura. When they first met, Nian Bing had challenged him. From the confidence that Nian Bing showed at that time, he must have extraordinary strength. But at that time, Zi Xiu did not pay too much attention to it. After all, cooking was directly proportional to one's maturity. In his eyes, Nian Bing was still too inexperienced. However, when he discovered that Nian Bing actually possessed both ice and fire magic at the same time, this kind of underestimation disappeared. He knew very well how Ghost Chef Cha Ji had been defeated. Magic had a very strong influence on food. Therefore, he didn't dare to let his guard down. The ingredients he prepared were the dish he was best at. At this time, he was not anxious at all. He wanted to see how profound the culinary skills of Nian Bing, who was called the Ice and Fire Chef by Feng Nu, was. Nian Bing raised his right hand and waved it forward lightly, the whisper of the wind of freedom, proud heaven blade. Releasing a green light, the strangely shaped proud heaven blade was inserted on the chopping board. The light emitted by the whisper stone dyed the whole kitchen green. The blade trembled slightly like a whisper. Although the sound was very soft, it was so clear. The airflow in the kitchen moved, following the movement of the proud heaven blade. That was the rhythm of the wind. The thick wind element was like a vortex that revolved around the proud heaven blade. Purple Dream's family all cultivated wind attribute Doqi. At this time, seeing this wind attribute peerless godly blade, their faces could not help but change. Looking at each other, Purple Dream praised, "What a divine wind attribute, treasured blade." And Black Knight praised, "What a divine wind attribute, magic staff." Unfortunately, I am not a wind attribute magician. Otherwise, I would definitely borrow it. Nian Bing did not use a magic array to seal the proud heaven blade because it was not needed. The sigh of the ice goddess, mourning Dew Blade. Nian Bing's voice paused for a moment, then her wrist shook again. The blue light was inserted next to the proud heaven blade. However, the blue light on the blade was much weaker than the green light of the proud heaven blade. Nian Bing's movements did not stop. Her right hand's index finger was filled with ice element, and like lightning, she outlined a blue magic hexagram. In the center of the hexagram, she used a piercing method to inscribe a very small, but exceptionally exquisite magic array. The blue light suddenly shone brightly, and the magic array was directly imprinted on the ice goddess stone. The magic array on the god stone was finally undone. In an instant, a blue light soared into the sky. Immediately, the green light was forced to the side. The green and blue light reflected each other in the sky, as if they were equals, including Purple Dream, Black Knight, and other than Feng Nu. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They were all asking themselves, did they not see wrongly? Was this another divine tool, level treasure blade? Before Nian Bing finished her movements, the broad Jinyang saber was the last to appear. The temperature that had dropped because of the morning Dew Blade returned to normal with the appearance of the Jinyang saber. The roar of the fire god Jinyang saber. The red light flowed on the surface of the Jinyang saber, and the stone of fire seemed to come alive, emitting a scorching light. Green, blue, and red. These three colors filled the kitchen with a dense aura of treasures. They emitted a faint divine light, causing Nian Bing to completely suppress Camel Chef Zixio's aura. In order to do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. The appearance of the treasure blade caused Nian Bing's confidence to reach its peak. Purple Dream smiled and said, "Nian Bing, you have so many treasures. If it weren't for the fact that you are a bit older, I would really advise you to change your martial arts." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Dean, I won't let them go to waste. That's right, they're all peerless treasures, but they're also my magic staffs. Most importantly, they're kitchen knives that can fully unleash my culinary skills. I'm going to start." Hearing the word kitchen knife, Purple Dream almost spat out blood. Such a good treasure blade was actually used as a kitchen knife. He was speechless. Nian Bing grabbed a hen from the ingredients at the side and placed it on the chopping board. She quickly cut open its stomach and cleaned it. Then, she used a large iron pot to boil a pot of hot water. The wind of freedom jumped into her hand. With proud heaven's sharpness and her own acceleration ability, the green, lightning-like blade flashed continuously. The whole chicken was cut into small pieces without any fancy moves. Nian Bing did not put the chicken pieces directly into the pot. Instead, she washed them in the clear water at the side. The peak showdown began at this moment. Zixiu also moved. He also boiled a pot of water. However, he immediately added scallions, ginger, pepper, and a clean duck into the water. His movements did not stop. He took a basin of clear water. His eyes flashed, and he took 2 palm-sized pieces of something that looked like meat but was not meat and soaked them in the water. He took the basin and poured it on top. After thinking for a moment, he cracked 2 eggs and added a little water. Then he began to knead the dough. His movements were very slow, but each of them was abnormally powerful. All of the dough seemed to be absorbed by his hands without the slightest splash. On the other side, Nian Bing also began to display her unique culinary skills. The washed chicken pieces had been changed to another basin of water. This time, Nian Bing did not simply wash them. In the light sound of the water, her hands became faster and faster. Like a butterfly flying through flowers, she constantly danced in the water. The rhythm of her hands did not follow common sense at all. It was as if her wrists did not have joints. Because of the speed of her hands, it formed a mirage on the surface of the water. Strangely, the water did not splash because of the interference of her hands. Instead, it formed regular ripples. Good, bone-splitting hand. You have learned all of Old Jaw's skills. Your control is not bad. No wonder you are so confident. Zixiu, who was kneading the dough, couldn't help but praise Nian Bing when he saw the shape of her hands. Nian Bing raised her head to look at Zixiu. She smiled and said, "Senior, you must be joking. It's just a small trick." After saying this, she changed the basin of water again and continued to wash the chicken pieces. Zi Qingjian, who was sitting to the side, asked his sister with some confusion, "Xiaomeng, what do you think Nian Bing is doing? Those chicken pieces will rot if you continue to wash them." When the chicken was brought here, it was already clean. At this time, Zi Qingming's eyes no longer contained any negative emotions. Instead, they were completely replaced by excitement. Zi Qingjian had learned the heavy eagle hands, mainly to strengthen his own martial skills. As for her, she had learned the culinary arts purely out of interest. After many years of practicing the culinary arts, she had already become extremely fond of this line of work. She was completely immersed in the battle between the 2 peak experts of the culinary world. At this time, she had already raised Nian Bing to the same level as her uncle Zixiu. When she heard her brother's question, she subconsciously said, "Look carefully. The bone-splitting hand is one of the 7 great forbidden hands of the culinary world. It is ranked 3rd. It is only slightly inferior to Uncle's life-tearing, heavy eagle hands. But from Nian Bing's technique, he has already practiced the bone-splitting hand to the point of being able to rotate freely. I really don't know how he practiced it. The reason why he used the bone-splitting hand to wash the chicken pieces is because he wants to completely wash out the blood from the chicken pieces. This way, it won't affect the taste of the chicken. The most important part of the bone-splitting hand is the squeezing technique. Whether it is applied to pasta or washing vegetables, it is the best technique. Uncle's heavy eagle hands is different from the bone-splitting hand in terms of application. It is hard to say who is better. No, there is another reason why he used the bone-splitting hand, and that is to crush the chicken bones. It seems that he wants to use them to make soup. The chicken pieces were finally washed. At this time, the water in the iron pot was boiling. The chicken pieces in Nian Bing's hand had already turned into a round ball. It looked a bit ridiculous, He directly put the chicken pieces into the boiling water and picked up the wind of freedom. With a few lightning-fast slashes, the chicken pieces were split into small pieces. Nian Bing's movements began to speed up. He first put the shark's fin into the boiling water, then cut the soaked abalone and shiitake mushrooms into the water. Finally, he put in a few slices of ginger and scallions. Only then did he close the lid. Chapter 53. Taking a step back, Nian Bing grabbed the righteous yang blade from the chopping board. With the blade facing down and the stone of fire facing up, she chanted in a low voice, "Oh, great god of fire! Please allow me, with your left hand, to let fire descend upon the mortal realm, to extinguish all evil. Let the fire illuminate the earth, to destroy all obstacles in the way." Fire god's left hand. One by one, red dots of light gathered around the stone of fire. The dots of light grew brighter and brighter. Nian Bing pointed the hilt of the blade forward, and the huge fire god's left hand appeared. The entire iron pot floated under the fire god's left hand, completely covered in flames. Nian Bing suddenly let out a low shout. Her left hand drew a red hexagram in the air. She slapped her palm forward, and the hexagram instantly entered the fire god's left hand. In an instant, the crimson light of the fire god's left hand turned into a purple flame, forcibly raising the 5th step fire spell to the 6th step. Black Knight said in surprise, "Magic array enhancement. I didn't expect this kid to have such a skill." In the past 3 months, Nian Bing had been discussing the mysteries of dual-element magic with him. This was the first time he had seen her talent in magic arrays. Any magic could be enhanced through magic arrays. However, the drawing of magic arrays was the most difficult part. For example, Nian Bing could draw a magic array out of thin air and immediately insert it into the spell. This required a sufficient understanding of magic arrays, as well as familiarity with the fire element. Generally speaking, only magicians who specialized in magic arrays could achieve this. Under the effect of the level 6 purple flame, the iron pot was already burning red, but the lid of the pot did not open because of the boiling water in the iron pot. This was because the lid had already completely fused with the iron pot under the effect of the extremely hot flames. However, the heat in the pot continued to expand, and there was a possibility that it could explode at any time. Nian Bing's expression was very calm. Controlling the purple flame, the fire god's left hand placed the iron pot back on the stove. 3 ice needles transformed from ice balls flew out, instantly opening 3 small holes on the lid of the pot. The ice needles naturally melted into water when they entered the pot, and the iron pot that was about to explode was also resolved due to the steam rising from the 3 holes. Nian Bing ignored the iron pot and put a big winter melon on the chopping board. At this time, Zi Xiao had already finished kneading the dough. The dough was kneaded into a round ball in his big hands. Nian Bing's actions were completely under his observation. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Using magic to cook really did have an innate advantage. He opened his iron pot. He stirred the ingredients. He took out the 2 objects that were previously soaked in the clear water and placed them on the table. He shouted. He slapped one of the stones with his palm. With a bang, the red liquid splattered everywhere. Zi Xiao's palm pressed down and turned, immediately placing the red object on the chopping board. His right hand opened like a claw, reaching in and grabbing at lightning speed. With another bang, the other red object was pressed flat on the chopping board. Immediately after, his hands transformed into countless claw shadows. Every time he attacked, his fingers accurately pierced into the already flat red object. His 10 fingers were like giant hammers, constantly chiseling, turning the 2 red objects into meat paste. Heavy eagle claw, this was one of the heavy techniques. In a short span of 10 breaths, the 2 red objects had turned into paste, but the chopping board didn't suffer any damage from the heavy eagle claw. His control of power had already reached the peak. Putting the red meat paste into the pot, The old duck soup immediately emitted a rich fragrance with the addition of the meat paste. On the opposite side, Nian Bing's nose twitched. She raised her head and looked at Zixiu in surprise. Good method. The foie gras is mixed into the old duck. The two ingredients complement each other, and the taste is completely displayed. Senior Zixiu's skills are indeed exquisite. Some foods could complement each other. For example, the old hen and midday mushrooms used by Nian Bing could set off each other's aroma, producing the best effect. In addition to the freshness of the abalone and shark's fin, and a method of stewing under extreme heat, the flavors of the ingredients were completely merged together. This soup was the best combination that Nian Bing knew of at the moment. The combination that Zixiu used was something she had never seen before. However, from the aroma, she could already tell that it was a pair of ingredients that complemented each other. In order to research such a pair of ingredients, countless attempts were needed. Nian Bing had studied cooking for 8 years, but she had only discovered a few simple combinations. The fact that Zixiu dared to use such a combination showed how much research he had into cooking. Zixiu and Nian Bing looked at each other. Both of them looked at each other sympathetically. Even though their competition had just begun, they could already tell from each other's actions that they had a deep understanding of the culinary arts. Nian Bing's culinary skills were mainly reflected in the word strange, while Zixiu's culinary skills were mediocre, displaying traditional culinary skills to the limit. His first action seemed simple, but without tens of years of research and hard work, it was absolutely impossible to reach that level of perfection. It could no longer be described as skilled. His actions seemed very slow, but it was something that ordinary chefs wouldn't be able to do in 3 hours. What was Nian Bing doing now? The top of the winter melon in his hand had been removed. The top of the winter melon was cut into a sawtooth shape with the proud heaven knife. The inner melon ladle had been taken out, leaving only 2 inches of the melon wall. Anyone who had studied cooking for a few years would understand that Nian Bing was trying to make a winter melon cup. He was using the winter melon as a vessel to hold soup or porridge. For the sake of the beauty of the winter melon cup, carving was necessary. Under normal circumstances, different patterns would be carved on the skin of the winter melon with a carving knife. However, would Nian Bing do that? Of course not. Carving flat surfaces in the hands of a chef of his level would only lower his status. In order to achieve the best results, he had already made preparations. When he was preparing to compete with Zixiu, he already had a plan in mind. However, he wasn't sure if it would succeed. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing glanced at Feng Nu beside him. Feng Nu gave him an encouraging look. Nian Bing only felt the blood in his chest boil. His confidence reached the peak in an instant. With a wave of his right hand, the proud heaven knife returned to the chopping board. When his hand returned to his body, he had already replaced it with the morning dew knife. He carefully placed the winter melon cup in the center of a large plate about 2 feet in diameter. After adjusting the position and confirming that the winter melon was in the center, he took a deep breath. Nian Bing's hand moved. The shadow of Lan Meng's funeral knife seemed to carry a layer of icy mist. With a light chop, a hair-thin winter melon skin separated from the melon and lay flat on the plate. The knife technique he was most familiar with appeared once again. However, this time he didn't completely chop the melon. Instead, he peeled the skin. A blue light constantly flashed on the plate. Every green melon strand lay evenly on the plate. It was exquisite to the point of perfection. There were only a few gaps between each strand of melon skin, and they were extremely even. Zi Qingming had already stood up because of excitement. Silk cocoon knife technique. Although it's not one of the 5 famous knife techniques, if it was ranked as the 6th knife technique, it would definitely be silk cocoon knife technique. She knew very well that Nian Bing's culinary skills were definitely not inferior to her uncle's from the knife skills that he had displayed. One had to know that there was no shortcut in knife skills, and it had nothing to do with magic. It was definitely the result of hard work. Gently rotating the plate, Nian Bing's expression was as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest change. His knife flashed, and the morning dew brought with it an icy mist that permeated the air around the melon. The reason why he used the knife technique to peel the melon skin was very simple. It was because he wanted to keep the melon skin as round as possible. The thinner the skin, the easier it would be to achieve his goal. Zixiu also saw Nian Bing's spinning silk knife technique, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. However, he did not stop what he was doing. He placed a piece of tenderloin about a foot long on the chopping board, then took out the dough that he had kneaded and kneaded it into the same shape as the tenderloin. The two different materials were placed vertically on the chopping board in front of him. In the next moment, he began to slap the tenderloin. His movements were very violent, like a storm. Every slap had a violent momentum, and the banging sounds were like the beating of a drum. His left hand slapped the dough, and his right hand slapped the tenderloin. He kept repeating the same actions. Nian Bing's melon skin was finally finished with the banging sounds from Zixiu's side. The dark green skin of the melon was removed, and the jade-like flesh of the melon was revealed. All the skin of the melon had been placed at the bottom of the plate, like the lotus leaves under the melon cup. Of course, the melon cup was not only sparkling because of itself, but also because of the task of the morning dew knife. The reason why Nian Bing didn't choose the faster surface of the proud heaven knife and chose the morning dew knife was because he had to evenly inject the ice element into the melon cup during the process of cutting the silk. At this moment, the melon cup was completely frozen, but it couldn't be distinguished from its appearance. Nian Bing had his own reasons for doing this, and also to prepare for the following actions. The meat of the melon was relatively soft. If it was just a normal carving, he might be able to complete it. However, in order to defeat Camel Chef Zixiu, he had to try a realm that he had never reached before. Therefore, he couldn't be careless at all. With a flash of blue light, the morning dew knife returned to the chopping board. Nian Bing didn't continue to carve. Instead, he stared at the melon cup in front of him without moving. The texture of the melon was very fine. At this moment, all he could think of was the jade-like material. With a flash of light, Nian Bing took out the cloth bag that contained the ghost condor from his space ring. The ghost condor godly blade didn't refer to a single blade, but to a set of blades. When Chaji passed on the ghost condor godly blade to him, he once said that the ghost condor 9 blades were forged from deep-sea heavy silver and refined with various medicines for many years. Not only were they extremely hard, but they also had spirituality. Their spirituality could only be fully manifested under the effect of the rain dragon's dance blade technique. The limit of the blade technique could only be revealed when one spirit and the blade were completely integrated into one. The ghost condor blades and the person who wielded them were equally important. The largest ghost condor blade jumped into Nian Bing's hand. He didn't rush to carve it. Instead, he scooped out a small bowl of rice and poured it into a clean basin. He then added water to soak it. Zixiu had already seen Nian Bing's movements. He exclaimed in his heart, "Ghost condor, godly blade." He was a little doubtful. Could it be that this brat had really mastered the rain dragon's dance blade technique? Nian Bing lifted up the 2 feet wide plate. Just like how he had made the 9 azure divine dragons Binyanin, he condensed a piece of ice under the plate. The plate fell on top of the ice, and with a slight push, it immediately began to spin rapidly. Nian Bing slightly adjusted the angle of the plate's rotation so that the bottom of the plate was perfectly aligned with the center of the plate. At this moment, the rice that had been soaked in water already made a slight crackling sound. That was the sound of the rice being soaked in water. This was just a small trick for steaming rice. First, soak the rice in water for a period of time before steaming it. Not only was the rice easier to cook, but it also tasted better because it was evenly heated. While Nian Bing was doing this, his gaze never left the winter melon cup. His right hand was stretched out in front of him. The ghost condor blade that was about 5 inches long flickered with a faint cold light. Uncanny workmanship, dark blue powder, dragon carving phoenix blade technique, cold. The first word that came out of his mouth was so sonorous, powerful. The ghost condor blade moved at the end of the last word. With a thrust of his palm, the ghost condor blade was thrown up 5 inches. Nian Bing flipped his palm, and as if his fingers were stained with the ghost condor blade, he stabbed towards the winter melon cup. Known as the #1 divine blade in the cooking world, the dragon carving dance technique had appeared in the world. The dark blue light flickered on his fingertips. Every time he trembled, he used 9 blades. 9 was the limit, just as Nian Bing expected. Under the effect of the ghost condor blade, what fell from the winter melon cup was not debris at all, but fine blue frost mist like frost. The ghost condor blade kept flashing in the same position, and the dark blue light cluster appeared and disappeared like an explosion. At this moment, Nian Bing's mind had been completely immersed in the blade intent. He forgot about the competition, forgot about everything. In his eyes, heart, and hands, there was only the blade and the dark blue light cluster. His fingers and wrists were unusually soft, wrapped in the blue light cluster. It was impossible to distinguish between the blade and the hand. Only the blue frost mist kept floating out and fell on the previously chopped winter melon skin in silence. Zi Xiu was still slapping the noodles and tenderloin on the chopping board, but his eyes were always on Nian Bing's hand. After 20 years, how could he not be excited to see the top blade technique in the cooking world again? The dragon carving dance, it was really the dragon carving dance. From Nian Bing's expression and the flickering blade light in his hand, he seemed to see the ghost chef who had suppressed him for a lifetime. The ghost chef's elegant demeanor reappeared. The corners of his eyes were already wet. Chaji, Chaji, it seems that not only can I not compare to you in cooking, but I also can't compare to you in teaching disciples. His left hand kept spinning the plate, making the wax gourd cup spin faster and faster. Nian Bing's mind was filled with the image of the azure dragon. Every expression of the azure dragon seemed to have come alive and turned into the blade in his hand. The azure dragon Karadiris, his roar, his attack, and his dragon roar were all so clear in Nian Bing's mind. Cha Ji had never seen a dragon, but Nian Bing had. The azure dragon Karadiris was a real azure dragon. No matter how profound Cha Ji's blade technique was, he only had the image of a dragon in his imagination and did not have the true essence of a dragon. Perhaps Nian Bing's blade technique had not reached his level, but in terms of mastering the essence of a dragon, he had already surpassed her. Therefore, his ghost condor was alive, and so was the dragon. Sculpting did not necessarily need a long time to achieve the best performance, especially under the influence of the ghost condor. Nian Bing's voice was filled with cold arrogance. The chant finally appeared. Where the ghost hand falls, the sky changes. It seemed that, at this moment, he was the ghost condor. The faint blue light turned into a dragon and printed on the wax gourd cup, sculpting into 100 revolving waves. The blade turned, and the faint blue light like waves constantly attacked the jade-like wax gourd in front of him. Divine work has existed since ancient times. The saber technique changed again. It went from being delicate to being wide open. Every slash of the saber brought about a deep ravine. The blade rises, the waning moon shines on the cold spring. The faint blue light suddenly emitted thousands of rays of light, and a crescent moon seemed to appear on the wax gourd cup. The whole wax gourd cup was completely rendered silver white. The faint blue light flowed down like spring water, lightly moistening every corner of the wax gourd cup. The miraculous blade technique was sublimated in an instant. The faint dragon chi kept rotating around the wax gourd cup, and the faint blue light disappeared. Surrounding the wax gourd cup was a white ice mist that did not disperse for a long time, making the whole wax gourd cup more mysterious. The ghost condor had disappeared. Nian Bing's right hand was trembling slightly. In the previous sculpting, even he himself did not know how many cuts he had made. The strength of his fingers and wrist had been displayed to the limit. He knew that at least for 3 days his right hand would not be able to do anything. However, his mood at this moment was incomparably happy, because he knew that he had succeeded. He had finally succeeded in touching the essence of the dance of the rain dragon and found the feeling when the spirit and cooking were merged as one. Not only had the dance of the rain dragon entered the realm of great success, but his understanding of cooking had also entered another realm. Panting slightly, Nian Bing looked at the wax gourd cup in front of him, and the rotating plate gradually stopped. The ice mist also gradually disappeared. Except for Nian Bing himself and Zixiu, everyone showed a disappointed look, because on the jade-like wax gourd cup they only saw a series of intersecting irregular patterns. Moreover, these patterns were surrounded by white wax gourd powder. The only strange thing was that on the top edge of the wax gourd cup, there was an additional protrusion at each of the 3 points equally divided. No one knew how it was formed, but the protrusions were strange, and there was nothing special about them at all. Compared to the gorgeous knife light, the result was obviously not satisfactory. Even Zi Mengqing returned to her seat in disappointment. Nian Bing looked at the wax gourd cup expressionlessly and took the rice beside him. When the water was dry, he suddenly flicked his wrist, and the wet rice in the bowl suddenly flew high into the air. The morning dew dagger was released, and in an instant, knife shadows were drawn in the air, completely encircling the rice. The basin where the rice was placed before made a circle in the air, and all the rice returned to the basin with a crisp sound. Not a single grain of rice escaped the net. After pouring out the rice and placing it on the chopping board, Nian Bing picked up a piece of cloth from the side and wrapped it around his right hand, then tied it tightly around his wrist. This time he used his left hand to take out the ghost eagle dagger, which was the 3rd knife in terms of size. The blade was much smaller than the previous one, and the tip was only half the width of a willow leaf. It was a pity that he couldn't use his right hand now, but he still had to continue cooking the delicious food in front of him, so he used his left hand. This time his target was the rice. Of course, no matter how strong his ability was, it was impossible for him to carve any patterns on the rice now. What he wanted to do was both simple and difficult. With a flash of the knife light, a grain of rice was picked up and placed into the iron basin again. At this time the rice was no longer oval but round. With just this one pick he completed his task. If it weren't for the fact that everyone present had amazing eyesight, they would definitely think that he was doing something useless. Rice was very brittle, and it was still brittle after being frozen. However, after being frozen, although it was brittle, it would become a lot harder. This was what Nian Bing wanted. His right hand had performed the dance of the dragon shadow, and this time his left hand performed the Jin Xian Xian picking formula. The Jin Xian Xian picking formula, which was good at carving words, couldn't be more simple to use. The tip of the knife kept picking, and every cut would pick out a grain of rice. As the knife light moved faster and faster, the grains of rice on the chopping board became fewer and fewer. When the last grain of rice entered the basin, there was only a pile of crumbs left on the table. Nian Bing didn't throw the crumbs away. Instead, he carefully placed them on a plate. After finishing all this, a faint smile finally appeared on his face. He looked at his wrapped right hand, and then raised his head to look at Zixiu. At this time, Zixiu was still kneading the dough and meat. When Nian Bing raised his head to look at him, he opened the lid of the pot at the side, and a rich aroma immediately filled the kitchen. Zixiu took a deep breath and nodded, somewhat intoxicated. With a shake of his left hand, he took out a large ladle and scooped out all the ingredients in the pot. Although this looked very simple, Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. This ladle definitely wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface. First of all, the moment the ladle struck was the moment when the broth was at its boiling point. Moreover, the ladle looked like it was only for a moment, but in fact it flickered 7 times in a row and changed its angle 7 times in a row, allowing all the ingredients in the broth to be scooped out. This ladle completely demonstrated the exquisite culinary skills of the camel chef. Nian Bing knew that he couldn't do it. Zi Xiu raised his head to look at Nian Bing and laughed strangely. "Kid, are you tired? I'll be done soon. It seems that we're walking on 2 extremes. I'm going to make the complicated simple, and you're going to make the simple complicated. Look carefully." He turned the surface on the chopping board horizontally and then placed the meat on the surface. Everyone was surprised to find that the surface and the meat were exactly the same. When the meat fell on the surface, they couldn't see the bottom at all, and the meat didn't protrude in the slightest. Zi Xiu pressed on the meat, and his right index finger reached under the surface, and the tip of his finger flicked upwards. The pieces of meat stuck to the surface of the dough flew up into the air. The pieces of dough spun in the air. Zi Xiu glanced at Nian Bing and shouted in a deep voice, tearing the heavy eagle hands alive. In that instant, his originally somewhat obscene appearance suddenly gave off a mighty aura. His hands stretched out like lightning, and countless hand shadows appeared. A green light appeared at the tip of his fingers, and the sound of tearing silk sounded. The piece of dough was split into 2. Strangely, the toughness of the meat was no less than the surface of the dough. After it was torn into 2 pieces, it still overlapped with the original appearance and didn't change in the slightest. Zi Xiu's movements didn't stop. The 2 pieces of dough overlapped with each other and were torn apart again. The sound of tearing silk sounded continuously. The surface and the meat combined, and the dough split, combined, split, and combined again. Seeing this, Nian Bing's face couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. He was very clear that Zi Xiu's previous kneading technique must be very special, so that the toughness of the surface and meat could reach the limit. If he didn't guess wrong, the surface and meat were now as tough as cloth. If it were him, he might not be able to tear them apart. After Zi Xiu had torn 9 times in succession, the pieces of dough had become 512 alternating red and white strands. He didn't continue tearing. With a twist of his wrist, the strands of dough quickly spun together like fried dough twists. The red and white strands were especially eye-catching. Nian Bing secretly admired him. Just distinguishing the lines of the meat strands was already very difficult, and Zi Xiu used the tearing the heavy eagle hands to the limit. From the very beginning, when he was handling the meat and dough, he had already used a special technique. In addition to the magical tearing formula, the slow kneading process also had an effect that wasn't inferior to his own flexible hand of separating tendons and dislocating bones. The strands of dough were rolled into a ball. The blue light in Zi Xiu's hands suddenly brightened. Both of his hands moved at the same time, from the 2 ends of the dough to the middle. Fingerprints appeared one after another on the strands of dough. When the strands of dough were covered with fingerprints, he began to tear again. This time, the lines changed and a strange scene appeared. Each strand of dough turned white and red, as if they were glued together. After he finished tearing 9 more times, he grabbed one end of the dough strands and walked to the pot. His right hand reached behind his waist, and a blue short blade similar to Zi Qingming's appeared. Nian Bing obviously knew what Zi Xiu was about to use, and could not help but widen her eyes. Zi Xiu's movements were very slow, the blade slowly moving forward, stopping an inch away from the face strands. Jade screen condensation. These 4 words were spoken one by one. From the first word, his wrist began to tremble rhythmically, and when the last word was spoken, the blade suddenly returned to its still state. But at this moment, everyone could clearly feel that the blade had come alive. An ear-piercing sound burst forth from the blade, and the original blade suddenly transformed into thousands of blades, the green light exploding in all directions, completely engulfing the face strands in front of him. The greatest characteristic of jade screen condensation was the word condensation. From stillness to movement, what it needed was an instant explosion. The noodles entered the pot, and Xixiu closed the lid. The short blade in his hand was inserted into the chopping board in front of him. He looked at Nianbing and said, "The crux of jade screen condensation is the word condensation. The greatest characteristic of this blade skill is its speed. Even your rain dragon dance cannot be faster than mine, and the specialty of the rain dragon dance lies in the word dance. Dance has its own spirituality, and jade screen condensation is indeed inferior to the rain dragon dance. There is a difference in spirituality. Finally, we will compare taste." As he spoke, he opened the lid of the pot again and used his chopsticks to stir the pot a few times. After quickly adding a dozen spices, he continued, "My noodles still need to be cooked for a while. Now it's up to you." Nianbing nodded at Xixiu. Although his right hand was still unable to exert its original agility, at least it was no longer trembling. He reached out and took the tofu that he had prepared in advance. This time he moved his knife very slowly, carefully cutting the tofu into small cubes of 1 inch each. His right hand, which could not use a knife, slid across the tofu, and the soft tofu immediately turned into hard tofu cubes. Everything was ready. Now, what needed to be done was the final processing. Nianbing came to the iron pot above the fire and waved the proud heaven saber in his hand. A streak of saber chi flew out, lifting the lid that was connected to the pot and dropping it to the side. A rich aroma wafted out along with the steaming steam. The aroma of chicken, mushroom, abalone, and shark's fin had been perfectly integrated during the stewing process. Nianbing smiled slightly and used a colander to scoop out the ingredients in the pot. However, the camel chef Xixiu only used 1 spoonful, while he used 3 spoonfuls to clean up all the residue in the pot. The round ice rice was put into the pot. He murmured a few incantations. His right hand, which could not exert any strength, actually directly pressed against the scorching hot pot. When his hand touched the pot, his entire hand turned purple. This was the effect of the purple flame technique. In an instant, the soup in the pot began to boil violently, bringing the round ice rice with it. Nianbing took a pair of chopsticks with his left hand and raised his head to smile at Xixiu. He reached out to the top of the pot and put the chopsticks into the pot, stirring it slightly. His hands were very rhythmic. Gradually, under the influence of Nianbing's steady left hand, a whirlpool began to appear on the surface of the water, but the original boiling disappeared. His right hand continued to heat up, while his left hand continued to spin. The soup, which had long exceeded the boiling point, was no longer boiling. The beads of rice were evenly distributed in every corner of the pot, spinning rapidly with the whirlpool. Nianbing's left hand had already ignited a ball of flame, keeping the surrounding scorching steam outside. Xixiu's whole body trembled, and he said with some astonishment, "The mysterious jade hand that breaks water and protects face should not be the flaming hand that breaks water and protects face. When did Jiaji learn this move?" Nianbing's hands did not stop moving. He raised his head and smiled. "This is not what my master taught me. In fact, I'm just following his example. I haven't been able to understand the real rhythm of the mysterious jade hand that breaks water and protects face. However, the effect of doing this is much better than directly boiling it. It can make the heat more uniform." Cooking porridge required about an hour to completely soften the rice into porridge. However, with the help of the purple flame technique, Nianbing only used a quarter of the time to achieve his goal. The chopsticks left the water, and he put the tofu into the pot. He took the bamboo shoots from the prepared ingredients. With the rapid swinging of the proud heaven blade, the bamboo shoots turned into small green cubes and entered the pot. Nianbing put both of his hands on the iron pot and used the purple flame technique to rapidly heat them up. Chapter 54. Senior Xixiu, we can serve the pot together. As he spoke, He raised both his hands that were infused with the purple flame technique and swept them towards the prepared winter melon cup. The scorching air swept across the winter melon cup, and the layer of frost on the winter melon cup melted like snow. The winter melon powder floated into a neat circle under the winter melon cup, and the winter melon cup regained its original emerald green color. Under the effect of the scorching purple flame technique, the entire winter melon cup was so green that it seemed like water was about to drip out. It really looked like a moving piece of jade. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened because they all discovered that they had made a mistake. How could there be a mistake when the ghost carving godly blade was out? If there really was a mistake, then it wouldn't be the ghost carving godly blade. The surface of the winter melon cup wasn't an ordinary carving, but a relief carving. The entire winter melon cup was thinner by half an inch. On the surface, there were 9 azure dragons. Each of them was so lifelike that even their scales could be clearly seen. What surprised Camel chef Zishio was that these 9 azure dragons seemed to be alive. Each of them had a different form. Some spread their wings to attack. Some stretched out their claws to grab something. Some flapped their wings to fly. Some raised their heads to roar, and some rode the clouds. The 9 azure dragons intertwined without a trace of flaw or disorder. The 3 protruding spots on the top of the winter melon cup were clearly 3 dragon heads. Even the dragon whiskers were clearly there. They were formed from the winter melon carved from other places. After the baptism of ice and fire, they had completely fused into one. For a moment, the entire kitchen was silent. Even Nian Bing's eyes revealed an intoxicated look. It was time to serve the pot. Before Nian Bing took the pot out, he added some salt to the pot. Only then did he pour the white and green congee liquid into the winter melon cup. His movements were very careful, for fear of damaging any part of the winter melon cup. The white rice that was like tiny pearls was still in the process of melting. The green bamboo shoots were like jade, and the tofu that was as smooth as white jade. He had made a congee dish. Zishio and Nian Bing took the pot out at the same time. His congee was golden red and had a rich aroma as it was poured into a large bowl. Red, gold, and white colors intertwined. Although it wasn't as gorgeous as Nian Bing's, it wasn't as beautiful as Nian Bing's, but no one would doubt its deliciousness. The 2 of them each took their own works to the 5 people who were watching the competition. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing blankly. "Can this thing be eaten?" Nian Bing was stunned for a moment before she laughed. "Are you doubting my skills? Don't worry, there's no poison." Feng Nu shook her head and said, "No, I can't bear to eat it." "What's the name of this dish?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Don't worry and eat. If you like it, I'll make more for you in the future. The name of this dish is Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron of Ice and Fire 9 Heavens." Zishio said grumpily, "The Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron? It's obviously the pearl jade, white jade porridge that old Devil Zheji is good at." Nian Bing didn't get angry at all. She smiled and said, "That's indeed the case. It's just that there are some changes. Senior's bowl should be the pink golden jade noodles that my master highly admires." Zishio snorted and said, "Come, let's all have a taste. I haven't cooked for a long time. I wonder if I've regressed." Everyone started to eat at the same time. Zishio's expression immediately darkened, because everyone's target was Nian Bing's Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron, but no one touched his pink golden jade noodles. But the honest and straightforward Zi Qingjian was a kind person. Seeing that no one touched his uncle's noodles, he retracted the spoon that was reaching for the Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron and turned to eat the noodles. Nian Bing walked to Zishio's side and said with a smile, "Senior, if you don't mind, let's judge each other. Although the noodles are simple, what you make is definitely different." His flattery made Zishio's expression look better. He nodded and started to eat each other's dishes. No one said anything, not even cheering, because everyone was immersed in eating. Very quickly, Nian Bing's Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron was only left with the cauldron. Even she didn't have time to take a bite. What surprised everyone was that the one who ate the most was actually the principal of Lan Meng Academy, Purple Dream. He fully displayed his strength as a swordsman, and his spoon was as fast as lightning. He wasn't stingy at all as he stuffed the delicacies into his mouth. Purple Dream, are you bullying others just because you're fast? This is what my disciple made for me. The others didn't dare to criticize, but Dark Knight wasn't polite. Among the people who were fighting over the pearl jadeite, white jade kanji, only he didn't know martial arts. Magic was completely useless at this time, and he became the one who ate the least. After eating a small bowl of Zi Xiu's pink golden jade noodles, Nian Bing turned around and faced Zi Xiu. Senior, the noodles that you made were complete in terms of color, aroma, taste, meaning, and form. Especially the way you used the heavy eagle claw technique, I was defeated. No matter what, I can't make such delicious noodles. Without the method of breaking water to protect the surface, such fine noodles actually didn't stick together at all. And because the noodles themselves are extremely tough, during the extremely fine process, the heat was just right. Every strand completely blended into the rich fragrance of the duck soup and foie gras. It's indeed a top-grade delicacy. Zi Xiu smiled indifferently and said, Nian Bing, who do you think won this competition? Nian Bing hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, to be precise, I won. Your work and my Supreme 9 Dragons cauldron both have their own characteristics in terms of fragrance. However, your duck and foie gras soup is expensive because of its innovation. The raw materials are much cheaper than mine, but it can produce a fragrance that's on par with mine. Therefore, in terms of fragrance, you win. And in terms of the taste of the noodles, through your heavy eagle hands, it's also slightly better than my pearl jadeite, white jade kanji. However, the degree of deliciousness of the two is extremely close. In these two aspects, you win. Am I right? Zi Xiu smiled and said, Kid, in terms of cooking, you indeed have outstanding talent. Not bad. What you said is very pertinent, but it's also a bit modest. I've tasted your kanji. If it's an ordinary pearl jadeite, white jade kanji, I'm really confident that it's better than yours in terms of taste. However, yours is completely different. As expected of the 9 heavens of ice and fire, through a special method of heating and freezing the materials, the taste of these materials is completely different. I can distinguish 81 changes among them. This is also your 9 heavens of ice and fire. With magic in the kitchen, it can indeed make the taste of the delicacies ever-changing. No wonder you're so confident. If you lose, you lose. You don't have to cover up anything for me. Nian Bing looked at Zi Xiu, who admitted defeat calmly, and the admiration in her heart increased. She said, respectfully, Junior's cooking skills are still lacking. If I didn't use magic to take advantage of it, it would be impossible for me to compare to Senior. This time it was just a fluke. Zi Xiu shook his head and said, How can there be so much luck? Although magic in the kitchen can produce unique effects, but without a long period of practice and comprehension, how can you combine magic and cooking so well? However, there are still some flaws in it. The process of connecting them is not delicate enough. Also, you're still a little rough in handling the materials. You have to pay more attention in the future. Your appearance will definitely cause a great change in the cooking world in the future. As for what will become of it, I don't know. Nian Bing, although your 9 heavens of ice and fire is very magical, this is not what surprised me the most. After all, magic in the kitchen itself has its own advantages. Do you know? In fact, when you completely displayed the dance of the rain dragon, I knew that I had lost. Even if I can win against you in terms of fragrance and taste, but in terms of color, shape, and meaning, I can't compare to your supreme 9 dragons cauldron. It's just that I didn't expect it. Your dance of the rain dragon has already surpassed your master. Nian Bing laughed bitterly. Senior, you praise me too much. Perhaps you don't believe me, but if I were to do it again, I would definitely not be able to do the same thing. Just now, in the process of carving, I completely integrated into a strange domain. Even I don't know how many times I slashed, but the moment I finished, I clearly felt that I had succeeded. Zi Xiu smiled and said, "Feeling is very important. Don't belittle yourself. You have already entered the realm of cooking with enlightenment. Perhaps your knife skills are not as exquisite as your master's, but in terms of understanding of the dance of the rain dragon, your master can't compare to you. To have such achievements at such a young age, you will definitely be the continent's #1 chef in the future." Picking up the last piece of tofu from the bowl, he put it in his mouth and chewed with satisfaction. He said somewhat vaguely, "This tofu is really good." Tofu is originally not easy to taste, but after being frozen by you, although there is no change on the surface, many holes have appeared on the inside, which can fully absorb the freshness of the broth. Moreover, under extreme heat, there is no situation of it breaking, but it is even more chewy. It is indeed delicious. Nian Bing, that little bit of salt you added at the end played the role of painting the dragon, making the feeling of ice and fire become more intense. This point must be carried forward. Remember, salt is the king of all flavors. Any flavor with salt added will become different. Nian Bing nodded sincerely and said, "Thank you, Senior." "Senior, are you?" Zi Xiu naturally knew what Nian Bing wanted to ask. Using his dou qi to force his voice into a line, he said something to him. After a while, Nian Bing's eyes revealed a look of shock. How is this possible? That person's identity. Zi Xiu made a Nian Bing gesture to keep quiet and said with a smile, "Didn't you say in class that nothing is impossible? Now you understand why your master did not let you take revenge for him. The other person's identity is so troublesome. He does not want anything to happen to his precious disciple. Moreover, your master probably did not forget his feelings for that person until the day he died." Nian Bing was somewhat at a loss. If it was said that her master had not forgotten his feelings for that woman, then was it right for her to take revenge for him? She shook her head. Forget it, whether or not it was to take revenge for her master. She still had to see that woman. Perhaps, from her attitude, she could make a lot of decisions. Thinking of this, she said to Camel Chef Zi Xiu, "Senior, thank you for telling me this. If you don't mind, I would like to eat some more pink golden jade noodles." Zi Xiu smiled mischievously and said, "I'm afraid it won't be your turn. Turn around and take a look." Nian Bing was stunned for a moment. When she turned around, she saw that the eyes of the people who had surrounded her supreme 9 dragons cauldron had all fallen on the pink golden jade noodles in front of her. Their eyes were filled with desire for food, and Nian Bing felt a chill. She hurriedly took a step back and made a gesture of invitation. This time, the one who moved the fastest was Feng Nu. With a wave of her chopsticks, a bowl of noodles was ready. Nian Bing suddenly discovered that in front of delicious food, the word virtuous had no meaning at all. Not to mention Feng Nu, even the always cold and aloof Zi Qingming acted as if she was facing a great enemy. Quickly snatching up the delicious noodles, Zi Xiu walked around the crowd and came before Nian Bing's supreme 9 dragons cauldron, which only had a winter melon left. He moved closer to take a closer look and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Everything was so exquisite and vivid. The 9 green dragons were flawless and looked so delicious. It was a pity that there wasn't even a speck of the pearl and jade kanji left in the cauldron. Even the inner walls of the winter melon had been scratched a little. He sighed softly and couldn't help but say, if only this was really made of jade, it could definitely become a rare treasure. It is worthy of being the continent's #1 knife skill. Even if my jade screen dual congeal is more exquisite, it is impossible to display the strength of the dragon dance. Nian Bing, you have really finished your apprenticeship. The supreme 9 dragons, cauldron of ice and fire 9 heavens, what a good name. Nian Bing glanced at Zixiu and said, "Senior, the reason I was so anxious to compete with you this time is because I am afraid I will have to leave this place soon. A friend of mine has asked me to do something, and I must do it quickly." As she said this, she walked over to the chopping board and put her 3 kitchen knives back into her space ring. A trace of disappointment appeared in Zixiu's eyes. "You're leaving already? I asked you to be the knife skill teacher of the cooking department, but you still haven't fulfilled your duties as a teacher." Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "Senior, I like the environment here very much. I especially like to compare notes with you and Teacher Hei. If I fulfill my wish in the future, I will definitely return." Zixiu's eyes flashed, and he firmly patted Nian Bing's shoulder with his large hand. "As an excellent chef, all kinds of experiences are essential. Go. I will not stop you from moving forward. The world of cooking that you enter is your world. However, you must remember, no matter what level your culinary skills have reached, you must not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Otherwise, you will definitely encounter setbacks, just like your master." It was because of a moment of carelessness that he looked down on his opponent and only casually cooked a few dishes. Otherwise, even if the opponent had the assistance of magic, how could his culinary skills compare to the ghost chef? Nian Bing nodded and said, "Thank you. I will definitely remember your words." Zixiu asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Nian Bing thought for a moment and said, "Today. Today Feng Nu came to the school to challenge me. I have already revealed my dual elemental magic. If I stay any longer, I will inevitably encounter some unnecessary trouble." Chef Luo and Zixiu nodded and said, "All right then. You will leave sooner or later. There is no way to make you stay. I will wait for you. I hope that when the time comes, you can take over my position. Then I can live a carefree and happy life for a few years." Nian Bing chuckled and said in a low voice, "Aren't you carefree and happy enough now?" Zixiu's eyes flashed with a lustful light. He glanced at Feng Nu, who was constantly stuffing the pink and jade-like noodles into her mouth. Nian Bing said, "Kid, when you need to make a move, you should make a move. I have seen countless women in my life, but I have never met such a high quality. She seems to have a good impression of you. Find a chance to get her into bed. Women, after all, will have a very deep impression of their first man. As long as your skills are good enough, you will not be afraid that she will leave you. Looking at your appearance, you must still be a little virgin. The taste of a beautiful woman is definitely the best in the world. No matter how good the food is, it will be delicious." Nian Bing only fully understood Zixiu's words a few years later. However, at that time he was already the head of a generation in the culinary world. After that, he researched a third emotion. "I'm so full." This trip was not in vain. "Nian Bing, the food you cook is so delicious. I almost can't bear to leave you." Feng Nu put down the bowl in satisfaction and looked at Nian Bing. Her eyes were full of smiles. Perhaps due to Zixiu's influence, Nian Bing took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Feng Nu. She said in a low voice, "I won. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and let me kiss you?" Feng Nu giggled and said, "Did I promise you anything? I only said that if you won, I would consider it. Besides, I have already kissed you before. Consider it as an advance payment." Nian Bing said unhappily, "How can that be considered an advance payment? Anyway, you owe me once." "All right, let's not talk about this first. When do you plan to leave? Where are you going?" Feng Nu looked at the people around her and said, "Let's go now. I have already achieved my goal and eaten so much good food. It's time to leave. If fate wills it, we will meet again." Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu dejectedly and said, "I'm leaving too. I'm going to All City. It would be nice if we were going the same way." Feng Nu looked at him in surprise and said, "You're not going to continue learning here?" Nian Bing shook his head and said, "No, I've already learned a lot in the 3 months I've been here. It's time to leave." Feng Nu smiled, a playful look in her beautiful eyes. Are you really going to Alin City for something? Nian Bing was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly and said in surprise, Are you going there too? Feng Nu smiled and said yes. If it wasn't for the fact that I've never revealed my whereabouts to anyone, I would definitely think that you're going with me on purpose. At this point, she suddenly realized that she had misspoken and her face turned red. Nian Bing laughed and said, You're so beautiful. Even if it's for you, it's nothing. Let's go then. I don't have anything to pack. Saying that, he walked in front of Purple Dream and said, Principal, I think I'll be leaving. Purple Dream smiled and looked at Nian Bing and then at Feng Nu. Thank you for the delicious food you brought us today. It's a pity that I don't know when I'll be able to eat it again. No, you're not allowed to leave. The one who spoke was Inya. He had just wiped the soup off his mouth. Nian Bing was stunned for a moment and said, Teacher, I really have something to do and have to leave. Inya looked at him coldly and stretched out his right hand. You've been here for a few months, and you haven't paid your tuition fees yet. Pay your tuition fees before you leave. As soon as he said that, even he couldn't help but laugh. Nian Bing thought for a moment and stretched out his right hand. With a flash of light, a small box appeared in his hand. He handed it to Inya and said with a smile, Teacher, thank you for your guidance these days. This will be my tuition fees. Please accept it. Inya saw that the box was made of lead and his eyes were filled with doubt. He looked at Nian Bing and took the box. What is it? Nian Bing smiled and said, Naturally, it's something worthy of your status. You'll know when you open it. Inya looked at Nian Bing and slowly opened the box. In an instant, the kitchen that had returned to normal due to the disappearance of the 3 treasured swords was completely enveloped by golden light. The peaceful aura and the feeling of holiness filled everyone's body. Everyone's eyes were focused on the box in Inya's hand. Inya looked at the golden gem in the box in shock. As a sorcerer, how could he not recognize it? Heavens, how many good things do you have on you? This is the first time I've seen such a pure holy light stone and such a big one. Where did you get it from? Nian Bing said, I won in a bet. Teacher, although you don't cultivate light magic, with it by your side, you'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. He looked at the gentle golden light, and a look of intoxication appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath, closed the box, and stuffed it back into Nian Bing's hands. No, this is too precious for me. Compared to me, you need it more. My magic has already been finalized. No matter how bad it is, I won't be able to reach the realm of Archmage. But you're different. This kind of stabilizing thing is extremely useful for you. You should wear it on your body often when you cultivate. With the effects of your jade, you won't have to worry about ice and fire being disobedient. Father, Big Brother, and I are also going to Alin City. Zi Qingming's voice suddenly sounded at this time. Her expression had become very calm. Her purple eyes were like water, without the slightest trace of emotion. Zi Xiao said, Little Meng, what are you doing? You've seen Nian Bing's cooking skills today. It's not time for you to graduate yet. Zi Qingming shook her head and said, No, second uncle, I'm not going to improve my cooking skills. Big Brother and I are going to join the army. This semester's classes will end in 2 days. Big Brother and I have long since planned to do this. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of everyone. Our Ottoman Empire has been bullied by Huarong and Chilu. Big Brother and I are going to do our part for the country. Zi Xiao frowned and said, You two are the only descendants of our Zi family. If you both join the army and something happens, who will take care of us? No, I don't agree. It's too dangerous. Forget it. Let them go. Young people should see more and experience more. The outside world will give them more experience and training. Zi Meng's attitude was the complete opposite of Zi Xiao's. Her eyes were filled with kindness. You can go, but I don't want you to use your status as Lan Meng Academy to make a fuss. Since you're going to join the army, you have to start from the bottom. Only by understanding the soldiers at every level will you be of more help in the future. Do you understand what I mean? Zi Qingjian said loudly, Dad, don't worry. Little sister and I will definitely not lose face for Lanming Academy. Brother Nianbing, let's go together. Wait for us for a while. We'll prepare some things and be back soon. Since Zi Qingjian had said so, Nianbing couldn't refuse. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. It wasn't easy to get a chance to be alone with Feng Nu, but he was defeated just like that. He really couldn't accept it. Feng Nu looked at Nianbing with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "It looks like our journey will be very lively." The weather had already turned cold. Although the coldest month of the month had passed, the cold wind was still bone-chilling. The bare tree trunks on both sides of the road looked even more bleak. The biting cold northern wind blew, causing everyone's clothes to flutter. The sky today was a little gloomy. Although it wasn't snowing, it didn't feel good at all. This kind of gloomy weather easily made people feel depressed. 2 hours ago, Nianbing, Feng Nu, and Zi Qingjian bid farewell to Zimeng, Zixiu, and Hai. They left the city of the academy, Lanmeng, and stepped on the road to Ao Lan City. They had already walked for 2 hours, but the 4 of them didn't speak. Although Nianbing's physical strength was a little weak, Feng Nu and the other 2 didn't rely on martial arts techniques to travel quickly. Thus, although they were a little tired, they could still hold on. In the gloomy weather and the oppressive atmosphere, the first one to lose it wasn't the straightforward Zi Qingjian. Ever since they left the academy, Zi Qingjian would occasionally sneak a glance at Feng Nu. He walked with a lot on his mind. It wasn't clear whether it was because he was a little disappointed to leave his home, or because of some other reason. Feng Nu, I have something to ask you. The first to speak was still Nianbing. Outside of the academy, he had been thinking about how to face the Zi Qingjian siblings. It would be best if he could find a way to avoid traveling with them. He still had a good impression of Zi Qingjian, but that unpredictable temperament of Zi Qingmeng made him very sensitive. Nianbing didn't have a good impression of a girl with a bad temper. Feng Nu walked forward as she said, "I knew you would ask. Your guess is correct. I lied to you when we first met, but Senior Hua Tian can indeed be considered my master. I didn't lie about the cause of his death. As for the rest, can you not ask? When the time comes, I will naturally tell you." Nianbing looked at Feng Nu's calm expression and sighed inwardly. He knew that it was useless for him to ask. Feng Nu was about the same age as him, but had strength close to swordsman's. Just this point alone was not simple, especially when Feng Nu had said that she had the 9 separations body. What did that mean? Feng Nu seemed to feel Nianbing's dissatisfaction. She turned her head to look at him and smiled. "Don't you also have secrets in your heart? We can be considered the same, right?" Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "If I use my secret to exchange for your secret, I wonder if you'll agree to it?" Feng Nu laughed. "Come on. I don't believe you'll be willing to tell me your secret. You look honest on the surface, but you're more cunning than anyone else. Who knows if you're just making up a story to trick me?" Nianbing pretended to be wronged. "I'm innocent. Am I that kind of person?" Feng Nu snorted. "Aren't you? Not to mention anything else. Just the ice goddess stone and the flame god stone on your body. I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it clearly." Nianbing was speechless. Indeed, these 2 gems were given to him by his parents. They represented a story, and it was a story that was closely related to him. "Okay, I won't ask you any more. However, your 9 separations, Do Qi, has completely surpassed Senior Hua Tian. It really makes me feel strange." Feng Nu glanced at Nianbing. "Simply speaking, Hua Tian's 9 separations, Do Qi, should have been learned from my elder. The reason why he taught me the forging technique and sacrificed himself to forge the sword was to return a favor. That's all I can say. I don't want you to misunderstand anything." Nianbing's heart moved. Connecting the previous events, his thoughts became clearer. He smiled and said, "Feng Nu, Brother Qingjian, let's go to the front and rest for a while. Chapter 55. Zi Qingjian raised his head and glanced at Feng Nu. Feng Nu and Nianbing were both looking at him. His bronze face suddenly flushed red and he coughed. Ah, okay, let's rest for a while. Seeing his awkward appearance, Nianbing looked at Feng Nu strangely, and Feng Nu frowned. Zi Qingjian's natural disposition was simple and straightforward, and he was not good at concealing himself. They could all see what this robust man was thinking. Even Zi Qingming was somewhat dissatisfied with her brother's state of mind. She used her hand to touch him, wanting to help him recover some of his senses. The four of them came to the edge of the forest, not far away, and sat down facing the road. The ancient trees towered into the sky, but there was no shade at this time. On the bare branches, they could occasionally hear the unpleasant cries of crows. The biting cold wind blew. This was indeed the coldest time of the year. Although Nianbing didn't know any martial skills, and her body was only average, she had ice and fire magic to protect her body. She only needed to circulate the magic in her body and release a second-level ice body technique to completely resist the cold. The Phoenix Maiden, on the other hand, simply ignored this level of cold. Zi Qingjian's body was robust, and his dou qi was exquisite. This bit of cold didn't enter his eyes. Only Zi Qingming's martial skills had yet to reach the next level, and she cultivated wind attribute dou qi. The biting cold wind blew, and she couldn't help but shiver from the cold. When they left the academy, they all left in a hurry. Zi Qingming had always been in the academy and spent most of her time in her room. When she left, she had something on her mind, so she only brought some simple clothes. Now that she realized the cold, it was too late. She put on a coat and only slightly eased the cold. Zi Qingjian lowered his head, thinking about his troubles. His face alternated between red and blue. He didn't notice his sister's discomfort at all. Zi Qingming was naturally arrogant and refused to ask her brother for help. Her face gradually changed in the cold. Nianbing sat between Feng Nu and Zi Qingjian. He had originally wanted to chat more with Feng Nu about what had happened in the past few days, but because of the Zi Qingjian's demeanor, he decided not to. He didn't know what to say, but when he saw Zi Qingming's expression change and her body tremble, he couldn't help but ask, "Miss Qingming, are you cold?" Zi Qingming had been able to endure the cold along the way, but now that they had stopped, the cold wind easily blew through her clothes. She had long been unable to bear it, so when she heard Nianbing ask her this question, she felt a little grateful. He nodded. "A little. It's a bit cold." Zi Qingjian heard their conversation and woke up from his thoughts. He turned his head to look at his little sister and was shocked to find that Zi Qingming's lips had turned blue. He was startled and quickly took off his jacket to cover his little sister. "Little dream, why didn't you tell me that you were cold?" Zi Qingming unhappily snorted. "I don't need your jacket. You don't wear much anyway, so you can keep it for yourself." Nianbing wanted to use her magic to create a fire to help warm their bodies, but Feng Nu suddenly stood up and walked to Zi Qingming's side. "Elder Sister Zi, it's not good for your body to endure the cold like this. If you hurt your meridians, it'll leave behind a lasting illness." She smiled, and the smile on her face naturally gave people a sense of trust. Zi Qingming, who was originally jealous, heard Feng Nu's gentle and caring voice and quietly changed. Just as she was about to say something, Feng Nu's hand was already on her shoulder. A warm current flowed from Feng Nu's slender, white jade hand into Zi Qingming's body. The cold qi dispersed in the warm current, and Zi Qingming could even feel traces of cold flowing out from her body. The warmth from the inside helped her expel all the cold qi. Gradually, the warmth turned into a scorching heat. No matter how much the cold wind blew, it was unable to invade her body. It was warm and indescribably comfortable. Lifting her hand, Feng Nu smiled and said, "All right, my dou qi can prevent you from feeling cold for at least an hour. Moreover, It has already completely expelled the cold qi that invaded your body. Zi Qingming stood up and gratefully held Feng Nu's hand. Thank you, Miss Feng Nu. Feng Nu smiled and said, What are you thanking me for? We're all in the same boat. It's only right that we help each other. No, of course I have to thank you. Of course I have to thank you. I thank you on behalf of my sister. If you need me in the future, I will do my best to help. Zi Qingjian also stood up incoherently. Nian Bing couldn't help but laugh in her heart. She wasn't worried that Zi Qingjian would chase after Feng Nu. She only felt that Zi Qingjian's silly appearance was very cute. Feng Nu, I'm also cold. Can you also help me get warm? Feng Nu glanced at Nian Bing and said, Don't think that I don't understand magic. Don't try to trick me. Whether it's ice magic or fire magic, both can be used to effectively resist the cold. Nian Bing smiled sheepishly and said, I've already used up most of my powers when I was cooking in the academy. How can I resist the cold now? Feng Nu said in a bad mood, Then you can use the righteous yang saber. Wear it on your body. You won't feel cold even if you don't use anything. Nian Bing saw that Feng Nu wasn't fooled. She smiled and shook her head, looking at her long pink hair. She was actually a little dazed. Right at this moment, the crisp sound of horse hooves sounded from the side of the road. The weather was cold now, and Lanmeng City was a relatively remote city, so there were very few people on the nearby roads. Suddenly hearing the sound of horse hooves, everyone couldn't help but look over. They saw a dozen or so riders quickly heading over. Their mounts were of high quality. Although they were running very fast, their landing was very light and didn't kick up any dust. As they got closer, they could faintly see that this group of people was wearing large cloaks to resist the cold. Each of them was in high spirits, and their figures were steady on their horses. Their riding skills were extremely exquisite. Nian Bing stood up with some confusion. She shouted towards the riders that were about to approach the four of them. President Carlo, is that you? Stop! The rider on the lead horse fiercely pulled on the reins. The fine horse gave a long neigh and reared up, stopping in the middle of galloping. The following riders were clearly well trained. They didn't panic at all and stopped behind the leading rider. Ah, Nian Bing, it's you. What a coincidence. The leading rider jumped down from the horse. It was the president of the Ice Moon Empire's mercenary guild, Carlo. He was wearing black leather armor inside and a large cloak on the outside. There was a long sword on his back and a golden moon mark on the left chest of the cloak. Nian Bing went up to him and smiled. That's right. What a coincidence, President Carlo. Are you going to carry out a mercenary mission? Carlo laughed. He walked to Nian Bing and said, An employer submitted a level 1 mission to the mercenary guild. It's very difficult for ordinary mercenary groups to complete, so I accepted it. Look, I'm bringing my own mercenary group members to complete it. Why are you here? Last time, I heard you say that you were going to Alin City? Nian Bing smiled and said, I was going to Alin City, but because of some matters, I was delayed. Now I'm preparing to go. Did you go to Ice Snow City? Carlo turned around and made a gesture to the mercenaries on the horse. Let's go. Let's go to the side and talk. Don't block the way. The mercenaries dismounted one after another. One of them led Carlo's mount to the side of the road. When Carlo saw Feng Nu and the other two, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Nian Bing, are these your friends? Nian Bing saw the doubt in Carlo's eyes. She knew that he was surprised that there was a different woman beside her, but how could she explain this? She could only say, Yes, let me introduce you. This is Feng Nu. These two are Zi Qingjian and Zi Qingming. Feng Nu, Big Brother Qingjian, Miss Qingming. This is President Carlo of the Ice Moon Empire's Mercenary Guild. Feng Nu and the other two nodded to each other. Nian Bing took this opportunity to look at the mercenaries that Carlo brought with him. She was surprised to find that apart from the blue moon mark on their chests, These mercenaries were dressed the same as Carlo. Moreover, each of them had a dignified aura, and all of them looked to be in their 30s. They didn't talk to each other and rested on the side of the road with their horses. A few of the mercenaries stood in a reasonable position to guard the road. From their aura, one could tell that these mercenaries were even stronger than the members of the Silver Feather Knights that she had seen before. Carlo pulled Nian Bing to the side and said gratefully, "Nian Bing, thank you so much for what you did last time. I've already discussed with President Long in Ice Snow City and reached an agreement to solve the problem of the two guilds. Now, our mercenary guild has formed an alliance with your Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild." Alliance? Although Nian Bing had already expected that Long Ji would choose to cooperate with the mercenary guild, she didn't expect that they would form an alliance. This was because the Magician Guild was the highest level guild on the continent, and the Mercenary Guild was a low-level guild. Long Ji could abandon his prejudices and make the decision to cooperate with the Mercenary Guild so closely. It could be said that he had great foresight and was indeed the best choice for the Magician Guild. "President Carlo, can you explain more clearly? What does this alliance entail?" Carlo smiled and said, "It includes all the cooperation you can think of. Our mercenary guild will provide all the funds and resources your guild needs, and your guild will provide us with the magic scrolls we need. The most valuable thing is that 20 magicians from your guild will join our mercenary group. This will greatly increase the strength of our mercenary group. Speaking of which, I'm afraid that no other mercenary guild on the continent has 20 magicians. Moreover, all of them are above the level of Grand Magicians, and they are all led by Archmage Leo. This time, we didn't have the confidence to complete this Level 1 mission. But with Archmage Leo and 2 other Grand Magicians, I'm confident that we can complete the mission. They have already taken the carriage in front of us, so we will go and meet with them. Nian Bing, President Long highly admires you. How about it? Are you interested in completing this mercenary mission with us? You can rest assured that there is no problem with the treatment." Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "Forget it. I still have to hurry along with my friends. You won't be affected if I'm not around." Carlo's face showed a trace of disappointment. "That's really a pity. Actually, it won't take up too much time. Our goal this time is a treasure. According to the employer, there are not only all kinds of valuables in the treasure, but also some lost magic incantations and secret martial arts books. These are all rare and good things. If you are willing to go with us, based on your help to our guild, I can let you choose 3 things as your reward. How about it?" Gold and silver treasures were unable to move Nian Bing's heart, but these lost magic incantations moved her heart. According to Long Ji, the reason why the magic world was gradually declining was because many ancient magic cultivation methods and powerful magic incantations were lost. If she could obtain some powerful magic incantations that she could use, it would naturally be very beneficial for her future revenge. Her gaze met with Carlo's as she asked, "Then what is the employer's request? Since there is such a good treasure, why doesn't he look for it himself, instead hiring you? Could it be that he is not afraid that you will embezzle it?" Carlo's face sank slightly and said, "Nian Bing, you are looking down on us too much. The Ice Moon Empire mercenary group I established is named after the Empire. It is the only first-class mercenary group in the Ice Moon Empire. Credibility is the guarantee of our development. Frankly speaking, the reason why the employer decided to take out the map for us to complete the mission is because that map itself is broken. Moreover, according to the map, this treasure is a cursed treasure. The map he obtained is only a copy. There are a total of 12 copies of this kind. According to reliable sources, the other people who obtained the copy of the map have already organized people to search for the treasure, but none of them returned alive. The danger of the treasure can be imagined. Therefore, the employer took out the map so easily. It can be said that this map is the reward he provided. If we find the treasure and successfully transport all the treasures out, then the employer only needs the legendary bottle in the treasure, and the other treasures will belong to our mercenary group. The legendary bottle? Nian Bing looked at Carlo in puzzlement. Carlo said, "The employer is a mysterious middle-aged man. He only said that there is a black bottle in the treasure, but didn't really reveal the secret. As long as we give that bottle to him, the mission will be considered completed. In addition to the things obtained in the treasure, he will also pay us another 10,000 purple coins as a reward. I think that bottle might be a magic item. For this mission, this time I have brought all the elites of the mercenary group. What you see is only a part of the people. The other part includes the 3 mages of your guild. For this trip, our Ice Moon mercenary group has sent a total of 32 great swordmaster warriors, 3 pugilist warriors including me, and 3 mages. Our strength is so strong that I think no mercenary guild on the continent can reach it. Therefore, I am very confident in completing the mission. How about it? Let's go together. I will definitely keep my word." It would be unrealistic to say that she was not moved. As soon as she thought of the possible existence of the ancient magic incantation, Nian Bing's heart burned. She nodded and said, "I will discuss it with my friends." Carlo took a leather pouch from his waist and opened it to drink some water. "You are welcome to join. I trust your friends." He had an extremely good impression of Nian Bing. With her help, his Ice Moon mercenary group and the Ice Moon Mage Guild formed an alliance. Immediately, from the strongest mercenary group in the Ice Moon Empire to one of the strongest mercenary groups on the continent, Nian Bing played the role of threading the needle. Therefore, Carlo had always wanted to repay Nian Bing. Although carrying out this mission had a certain degree of danger, in his opinion, the strength he brought was already enough. The reason why he invited Nian Bing was to take this opportunity to give her some benefits. It could be considered as repayment, and at the same time to win her over. In his secret conversation with Carlo, Longji had already hinted to him that Nian Bing was his successor. In order to allow the 2 guilds to continue working together, Carlo had long wanted to find an opportunity to meet Nian Bing. However, he did not expect that the opportunity would come so soon. Nian Bing walked in front of Feng Nu and the other 2, and softly described the mission that Carlo had mentioned. "How about it? Are you guys interested? I think that since President Carlo has brought a large number of experts this time, the treasures won't be too bad. If you guys aren't willing to go, then we can only part ways here." Nian Bing had already made up her mind to go with Carlo. The temptation of the magic incantation was too great. Feng Nu's eyes flashed, and she said, "I have no problem. I am not in a hurry to reach Allen City. There is still some time. As long as it doesn't take too long, it will be fine. However, I have a condition. If we really find the treasure, I want to choose one item from it. Of course, it definitely won't be the bottle of their mercenary group's employer." Nian Bing nodded and turned to Zi Qingjian and Zi Qingjian, saying, "What about you guys?" Zi Qingjian hesitated for a moment before looking at his sister. "Xiaoming, why don't you go back to the academy first and wait for me?" "It sounds a little dangerous, I'm afraid," Zi Qingming snorted and said, "What's there to be afraid of? If you guys can go, then so can I. We left the academy in order to gain experience. This opportunity is not bad." Nian Bing smiled faintly. She said, "Then there's no problem. When the time comes, everyone can look out for each other. With the strength of so many of us, there shouldn't be any problems." Just as Carlo had said, the Frozen Moon mercenary group had mobilized all of their elites this time. Including herself, there were a total of 4 experts at the Great Mage rank and above. In addition, with the existence of Feng Nu, a quasi-swordsman, what kind of difficulty could stop them? Returning to Carlo's side, she said, "President Carlo, we have decided to participate in this mission. However, I have a friend who has a request. If we find the treasure, she wants to choose one item as a reward." Carlo frowned and said, "Nian Bing, this condition is a bit harsh. Although I am the leader of the Frozen Moon mercenary group, This mission is very dangerous. The rewards may also be very large. Agreeing to let you take 3 items is already the limit. I can pay a certain amount of money for your friends, but to choose the item, I'm afraid. Nian Bing smiled and said, President, there's no need to be embarrassed. Didn't you just say that I can choose any 3 items? How about this? I will only choose 2 of them. The remaining one will be chosen by my friend. This way, there won't be any problems. However, I believe that if we encounter true danger, you will definitely see that my friend has the ability to choose any one item. When Feng Nu proposed this condition, Nian Bing didn't feel anything wrong with it. After all, Feng Nu had enough strength to make such a request. Carlo looked at Nian Bing with some surprise, then looked at Feng Nu, who was holding a long sword. He nodded and said, We'll do as you say. When Di Hui finds the treasure, we'll decide how to distribute it. Nachi, Hadia, give up your horses and ride with the others. Nian Bing, I'll give you 2 horses. When we reach the next city, we'll buy a few good horses. Nian Bing nodded and said, Then let's set off now. The 2 mercenaries brought their horses to Nian Bing's side. Nian Bing couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Logically speaking, he should be riding with Zi Qingjian, while Feng Nu and Zi Qingming should be riding with each other. However, when the 4 of them were preparing to mount, a problem appeared. Nian Bing was a bit better. Although he was tall, he wasn't too strong. However, Zi Qingjian's body was rare in the world. With their size, it would be difficult for them to ride together. For a moment, they didn't know how to distribute the horses. The Frozen Moon mercenary group had already given up 2 horses. When the 2 mercenaries gave up their horses, Nian Bing was too embarrassed to ask them to give up another one. Zi Qingming suddenly opened her mouth. She walked in front of Nian Bing and said, I'll ride with you. Let my brother and little sister Feng Nu ride the other. This way we should be able to fit. Nian Bing was stunned for a moment. When he looked up, he saw that Zi Qingjian's eyes were filled with excitement. Zi Qingjian had always treated him as a brother. Although Nian Bing wanted to ride with Feng Nu, how could he say it out loud? Zi Qingming took the initiative to ask to ride with him. Clearly, she wanted to give her brother a chance to get close to Feng Nu. A strange feeling filled his heart. For a moment, Nian Bing was speechless. Feng Nu walked to the side of Nian Bing and Zi Qingming and said, Big sister Qingming, do you know how to ride a horse? Zi Qingming was stunned for a moment. She shook her head and said, I don't. Although I've been studying in the martial arts department, I've always been multitasking. I'm also studying cooking. I don't have the time to practice riding like my brother. However, I will definitely learn it well in the future. Feng Nu, my brother's riding skills are very good. Don't worry, you won't have any problems riding with him. Feng Nu laughed and said, I'm afraid that won't work. You don't know how to ride a horse, and Nian Bing doesn't either. How can you keep up with the group? Zi Qingming was stunned for a moment. Her eyes turned to Nian Bing and said, You don't know how to ride a horse? You're a man. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, Why must men know how to ride a horse? There doesn't seem to be any obvious connection. Besides, I'm a magician, not a martial artist. Zi Qingming was now in a difficult position. Then what should we do? Feng Nu smiled and said, Forget it. I'll ride with Nian Bing, and you and your brother will ride with me. That way the problem is solved. I've also learned a bit of riding, so it won't be a problem to carry Nian Bing. Nian Bing was overjoyed, but her expression didn't change as she said, Then that's the only way. Feng Nu, I'll have to trouble you. Feng Nu looked back and smiled. What trouble? Just be careful when the time comes. I'm very fast when riding a horse. Zi Qingming was stunned. Even if Zi Qingming wanted to help him, there was nothing she could do. She could only blame herself for not knowing how to ride a horse. She walked to her brother's side and said, Let's get on the horse. Zi Qingming nodded dejectedly. He pulled over a nearby mount and his eyes landed on the horse's back. The moment he landed on the horse's back, the horse suddenly let out a long neigh and stood up on its hind legs. Then its front legs touched the ground and its hind legs swung to the side, wanting to throw Zi Qingming off. Zi Qingming hadn't realized what was happening when he got on the horse's back. Now that he felt danger, he subconsciously pulled on the reins and pressed his body against the horse's back. Blue dough qi covered his entire body, making him seem like a leaf stuck to the horse's back. No matter how the horse tried to shake him off, it couldn't throw him off. The horse's outburst was a bit untimely. At this moment, Zi Qingjian was feeling gloomy. His large hand stretched forward, and his thick and powerful arm tightly wrapped around the horse's neck. He shouted in a deep voice, "Behave." His originally light as a leaf body suddenly became extremely heavy. The horse whinnied and fell to the ground, unable to make its previous movements. He could feel the horse slowly being conquered by him. Zi Qingjian loosened his arm and gestured to his sister. Zi Qingming leapt up and landed in front of him, leaning against Zi Qingjian's broad and sturdy chest. Good riding skills. Carlo couldn't help but applaud from the side. At the same time, he met Nian Bing's somewhat stern gaze. He shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Nian Bing was somewhat dissatisfied. The two horses that Carlo had his subordinates bring over were clearly professionally trained horses. Other than their owners, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to ride them. Clearly, he was testing her friend. Feng Nu's martial arts were good, but was her riding skills good? Just as Nian Bing was puzzled. Feng Nu had already grabbed the reins of the other horse. A strange scene occurred. Her movements were not as nimble as Zi Qingming's, but from the moment she pulled on the reins to the moment she sat on the horse's back, the horse was docile and didn't resist at all. Carlo and his subordinates all stared with wide eyes. It must be known that this horse was even more irritable than the one Zi Qingming was riding. Nian Bing looked at Carlo and the other surprise. Although he had some doubts, he didn't ask. He walked to the side of the horse, but he was a bit embarrassed. The reins were in Feng Nu's hands, and the stirrups were also stepped on by her. How could he get on? He didn't know any martial arts techniques to lighten his body. Could it be that he had to use blizzard? If that was the case, the horse wouldn't be able to withstand the influence of magic. At this moment, a white, jade-like hand stretched out in front of him. Feng Nu's voice sounded, "Grab my hand." Like the sounds of nature, Nian Bing's heart completely settled. He somewhat anxiously grasped that warm and slender jade hand. When he raised his head, he saw that Feng Nu was also looking at him. Before he could say a word of thanks, his body was already flying under the influence of a gentle force. Fortunately, Nian Bing had experienced flying with blizzard before, so he didn't cry out in alarm. When his whole body shook, he found that he was already sitting on the horse's back. Feng Nu's slender body was right in front of him. "Hold my waist, sit tight." Seeing that Nian Bing and the others had already gotten on their horses, Carlo waved his hand, and the knights all got on their horses at the same time. The sound of the horses' hooves became hurried, and along the main road, they quickly rushed forward. At this time, the most excited one was Nian Bing. He clearly felt that his heart was beating faster. His hands were wrapped around Feng Nu's slender waist, and a faint fragrance filled his nose. His chest was close to Feng Nu's back. Right now, it was as if Feng Nu was in his embrace. A warm feeling came from the front. Feng Nu's waist didn't have a trace of excess flesh. Although separated by several layers of clothes, Nian Bing could still clearly feel Feng Nu's elastic skin. A wonderful feeling spread throughout his whole body. Even if the horse had already started to gallop, Nian Bing didn't feel it. He was completely intoxicated in that moving atmosphere. Feng Nu's feelings were even stronger than Nian Bing's. Her entire back was pressed against Nian Bing's body. A man's masculine aura invaded her body without fear, especially Nian Bing's two large hands. They emitted waves of heat from her waist and abdomen. Her face burned. Feng Nu's heartbeat was no slower than Nian Bing's. The group of horses continued to gallop. The originally bumpy ride had now become a paradise of enjoyment. Nian Bing's arms tightened around Feng Nu subconsciously. He hoped that this road would never end. At the back of the group were the Zi Qingjian's siblings. Zi Qingjian's strong arms protected his sister in front of him as he controlled his dismount. His mood was abnormally gloomy. Looking at Nian Bing and Feng Nu in front of him, his eyes flashed with a complicated expression. "Big brother, don't think about it." Zi Qingming's low voice came from in front of him. Zi Qingjian's body shook. "Me? I'm not thinking about anything." Zi Qingming faintly sighed. "Silly big brother, the expression on your face is so obvious. Let alone me. Even Nianbing and Feng Nu have long since seen it. Give up. Don't tell me you still can't see that the relationship between Feng Nu and Nianbing isn't something you can interfere with. Feng Nu is willing to ride with Nianbing. Do you still not understand?" Zi Qingjian was stunned for a moment. "That's because you and Nianbing don't know how to ride a horse. Little sister, I actually don't have any extravagant hopes." Zi Qingming smiled bitterly. "Silly big brother, don't think too much about it. It's impossible for you and the Phoenix maiden to be together. Nianbing is handsome and he's also a great magician. You're inferior in all aspects. Don't let yourself fall too deep. That will only make you feel worse." Zi Qingjian was silent for a moment. "Little sister, she really is beautiful. When I first saw her, I already had her in my heart. Brother Nianbing is indeed stronger than me. If she chooses Nianbing, I will only give them my blessings. I don't have any extravagant hopes that she will like me. Can't I like her in my heart?" Zi Qingming was speechless. She didn't expect her big brother to be so infatuated. While they were talking, Nianbing and Feng Nu's situation also changed. Feng Nu, who was controlling the galloping horse, suddenly whispered, "Nianbing, what are you doing?" The intoxicated Nianbing was suddenly awakened by the hot breath on Feng Nu's back. He discovered that a certain part of his lower body had reacted and was pressing against Feng Nu's back. This discovery immediately embarrassed him. He quickly moved his body back. "Feng Nu, I didn't do it on purpose." Feng Nu's voice trembled a bit. "You, hurry up and put that thing of yours back." The sturdiness behind her caused her heart to fluster as a strange feeling continuously invaded her entire body. Her strength as a quasi-martial saint was completely useless at this moment, and her delicate body had already become somewhat numb and painful. Chapter 56. Nianbing loosened his arms around Feng Nu. He wanted to move back a little more, but the general workshop was only so big. Where could he hide? The more he wanted his brother to move back, the harder the disobedient little brother became. The friction between Feng Nu's back and buttocks kept sending bursts of pleasure. At this time, Nianbing felt like he was going crazy. All the muscles in his body tightened. He lowered his head and anxiously said in Feng Nu's ear, It doesn't listen to me. Feng Nu, I really didn't do it on purpose. Don't misunderstand." Feng Nu was so anxious that she was about to cry. It was cold, but she felt like there was a fire burning in her heart. Can't you think of a way?" Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, This, what can I do? Unless we stop and rest for a while. Feng Nu, how about you bear with it a little more? After running for a while, you should be able to rest." Feng Nu's left elbow hit Nianbing's ribs and said angrily, "How can I bear it? Nianbing, you are so bad. If I had known, I wouldn't have ridden the same horse as you." Nianbing felt pain, and his attention was immediately diverted. "Feng Nu, I am a normal man. Who asked you to be so attractive?" Feng Nu whispered, "Idiot, don't you know ice magic? Use it on yourself, and that thing will go back." After saying this, his pretty face was as red as an apple. Fortunately, everyone was hurrying forward at this time, and no one noticed his embarrassment. Nianbing hesitated for a moment and said, "But that will hurt me." Feng Nu, how about this? Let's talk for a while. Maybe it will be better if we are distracted. Feng Nu took a deep breath and said with a choked voice, Nianbing, I hate you. How am I supposed to face people in the future? Nianbing was shocked. He didn't expect that Feng Nu, who had always been strong, would cry. Suddenly, it was as if cold water had been poured on his face. The brothers below finally beat the gong to retreat. He returned to his position. Nianbing lowered her head. Although she still had her arms around Feng Nu's waist, she tried to keep a little distance from her. Because of her contact, Feng Nu cried. What did this mean? Her fiery heart, which had been aroused by the appearance of Feng Nu, gradually cooled down. Feng Nu said in a low voice, I'm sorry. When they arrived at their destination, they met up with the magicians. I will take the carriage. I promise the same thing will not happen again. Feng Nu recovered a little as the people behind him retreated. Nianbing's calm tone made him feel a little weird. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears in his eyes and said in a low voice, What's the use of saying sorry? Sit tight. You're so far away. You'll fall when you turn. Didn't you say you wanted to chat? Then what should we talk about? Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. He hugged Feng Nu's waist tightly again and said with a smile, Let's talk about you. How did you practice martial arts? You're so powerful. I underestimated you before. The Phoenix Maiden sighed softly and said, There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The reason why I am where I am today is admittedly because of my constitution, but it's also inseparable from my many years of cultivation. I don't know who my parents are. It was a few elders who raised me. According to them, it started when I was just born. They soaked my body in all kinds of potions to help me fully display my physique and improve my potential. From the age of 3, I began to practice Do Chi with the help of a few elders. When I was 7, I already had the ability of a high-level warrior. In a way, I didn't have a childhood at all. My childhood was completely spent in practice. I am 19 years old this year and have lived for 19 years. I can say that I have practiced martial arts for 19 years. Speaking to this point, there was a faint trace of sadness in his voice. Nianbing thought for a while and said, Then the special characteristic of your body must be the 9 leaving body that Principal Purple Dream mentioned? At this time, his mind had already calmed down. Although Feng Nu's temptation was still there, reason had taken the upper hand. He wouldn't lose his composure like before. Feng Nu's delicate body trembled slightly, and she said in a low voice, Nianbing, I know you are very smart, but there are some things that you shouldn't guess randomly. Knowing too much won't do you any good, do you understand? Nianbing smiled and said, As long as you don't tell others, how would others know that I already know? To be able to cultivate your strength, the power behind you must be very strong. Feng Nu said, Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. You once told me that your parents are dead and you learned magic by yourself. Could Xixiu also become a great magician at such a young age? Moreover, you have the same origin as ice and fire. I think that the secrets on your body are no less than mine. Nianbing, sometimes you give me the feeling of a simple big boy, but sometimes you are like a gloomy wise man. You don't show your emotions on your face. Just now was the first time I felt that you really lost your composure. Nianbing sighed and said, Actually, I don't have as many secrets as you think. I only have ruthlessness in my heart. Because of that, I can give up a lot of things. The revenge for my parents is not worth the effort. Right now, I only have 2 goals. One is to fulfill my master's wish and promote my cooking skills. The other is to take revenge. However, my enemy is too strong. Even I am not sure when I will have the strength to contend against her. Feng Nu said, Perhaps I can help you. Who is your enemy? This was indeed a tempting suggestion. Feng Nu was already close to Swordsman's realm. With her help, the chances of revenge would be much higher. However, Nianbing shook her head and said, No, I want to take revenge myself. Feng Nu, thank you. Although my enemy is strong, as long as I don't give up, I will be able to surpass her one day. Carlo, who was in front, suddenly slowed down and separated from the group. By the time the other riders passed by, he was already parallel to Nian Bing and Nian Bing. Nian Bing, you are a magician. Can you handle such a long ride? Nian Bing smiled and said, It's all right. There shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Feng Nu's riding skills are very good. The horse is very stable. President Carlo, where are we going this time? Carlo said, We are going to the heavens, shaking mountain range, 600 kilometers away from All-End Empire's enemy, All-End City. According to the map, the treasure we are looking for is there. Once we enter the mountain range, we will have to abandon our horses and walk on foot. However, don't worry, I have already made preparations. When the time comes, there will be warriors to help you magicians walk on the mountain path. Feng Nu made a sound of doubt. She said, The heavens shaking mountain range is located in the easternmost part of the Ottoman Empire. Beyond the heavens shaking mountain range is the All-End Sea. It can be said that the heavens shaking mountain range is a natural warning line in the east of the Ottoman Empire. Even if the heavens shaking mountain range is very close to the sea, there's no way to cross the mountain range that stretches for hundreds of kilometers. Because of the heavens shaking mountain range, there is no more land behind the mountain range. Thus, the heavens shaking mountain range is very desolate and sparsely populated. If we go there to search for the treasure, logistical support will be a problem. Moreover, because the heavens shaking mountain range is not valued by the Ottoman Empire, there are no roads in the mountain range. Thorns grow everywhere, making it difficult to travel. It seems that the mission this time is very difficult. Carlo looked at Feng Nu with some surprise. I didn't expect this lady to be so familiar with the geography of the continent. What you said is exactly the same as the result of my investigation. The situation in the heavens shaking mountain range is very complicated and there are many dangers that we are still unaware of. Otherwise, this treasure wouldn't be called the cursed treasure. However, you can rest assured that we won't give it to you. Our guild has spent a large sum of money to purchase a few high-grade spatial magic items that can store large amounts of resources. It is enough for us to use for several months. Moreover, the location of the treasure is in the northwest of the heavens shaking mountain range. After entering the mountain range, the distance isn't too far. Thus, if everything goes smoothly, we might be able to complete the mission in half a month. If we encounter a crisis that we are unable to deal with, the resources that we have prepared will be enough for us to retreat from the mountain range. Of course, I don't wish for this to happen. Overall, for this mission, I am very confident. I am still very confident. I hope that it will be as smooth as you say. In terms of food preparation, I suggest that you prepare more vegetables, rice, and seasonings. We can directly replenish the meat in the mountain range. It would be best to prepare some simple medicinal herbs. Of course, a large amount of clean water is also essential. If it is only dry rations, everyone will be lacking in food and drink, and their strength will also be reduced. As for the medicinal herbs to be used for jumping, I can give you a list. You only need to buy it according to your feelings. They are all things that clear the muscles and circulate the meridians, replenish the qi, and nourish the body. Carlo frowned and said, Nian Bing, I'm afraid this won't do. We mercenaries aren't as delicate as you magicians. Normally, we just need to prepare some simple dry rations. If we bring these things like you said, don't tell me that we have to bring a chef into the heavens shaking mountain range. After all, Nian Bing was still young. Although he admired Nian Bing, he still felt that his request was a bit excessive. Feng Nu smiled. You don't have to worry about this. Nian Bing is not only an outstanding magician, he is also an outstanding chef. The food that he cooks is the most delicious that I have ever eaten. Carlo stared blankly for a moment and said, Chef? This. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, You don't have to feel awkward. Where are we going to stay tonight? When the time comes, you will understand what I mean. You can rest assured that I will definitely not give you any trouble. As a top-notch chef, his requirements for food were indeed very high. Unless it was like the time when all the managers in the library were immersed in magic research. He would usually do his best to cook his meals. Even if it was a simple steamed rice, Nian Bing could make a completely different taste. Carlo said, "Then we will talk about it when the time comes. Before we enter the heavens-shaking mountain range, our last supply point is the heavens-shaking city, which is closest to the mountain range. Right now, another group of people should have already arrived there and prepared some necessary tools for us to enter the mountain. After we arrive there, we will rest a bit and then directly enter the mountain. If we hurry through the night, we should be able to reach the heavens-shaking city in the middle of the night. When the sky turns dark, we will first find a place to eat some dry rations and rest for a while before continuing our journey. Nian Bing, if you can't hold on any longer, just come out. It doesn't matter if we arrive a bit later." Carlo once again returned to the front of the group. His relationship made Nian Bing have a better impression of this mercenary union. "Nian Bing, I'm afraid things aren't that simple." Feng Nu suddenly lowered her voice and said to Nian Bing. Nian Bing said without batting an eyelid, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Feng Nu nodded and said, "The heavens-shaking mountain range is indeed desolate, but it is very dangerous to go there. As far as I know, there is a strange race living there." Nian Bing sneered and said, "A strange race?" "Yes, they are very strong. If possible, I suggest that you propose to President Carlo to terminate this operation." Nian Bing said with a bitter smile, "I'm afraid that's not very possible. President Carlo has mobilized so many elites of the mercenary group. Clearly, he is determined to complete this mission. At this time, who can persuade him? Feng Nu, what kind of race is that? To be able to make you place so much importance on it." Feng Nu sighed and said, "On the continent, although humans are the rulers, there are still some secret races. Although they rarely come into contact with humans and are completely self-centered. If humans encroach on their interests, they will not hesitate to destroy the invading humans. As for what kind of race it is, I can't say. Or we can withdraw." Nian Bing said with some difficulty, "But I have already promised President Carlo. I'm afraid it's not too good to withdraw now. Maybe the treasure we are looking for has nothing to do with the race you are talking about?" He was more and more confused about Feng Nu's true identity. But he understood that no matter how he asked, if Feng Nu didn't want to say, he would definitely not say. Feng Nu sighed and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll go with you. I hope it's like what you said, that this operation has nothing to do with that race. After all, the heaven-shaking mountain range is very big and the number of that race is not many. Maybe they don't live in the Northwest. But you have to promise me, if you really meet that race, you must leave with me immediately, even if you have to abandon your companions. Otherwise, even I don't have the confidence to save your life." Hearing Feng Nu's serious words, Nian Bing hesitated. But when he thought of the ancient magic incantation that President Carlo mentioned, he still had the thought of withdrawing. Although he already had a certain understanding of the affinity of ice and fire, but until now he still didn't have the confidence to fuse the two types of magic into one through the cultivation method he imagined. And the ancient magic incantation was very likely to be helpful for him to cultivate more profound magic. For the reward, he chose to take the risk. Time slowly passed. In the biting cold wind, the sun gradually set in the west, leaving a faint red hue in the sky. During this time, Feng Nu used her 9 abandonment Do Qi twice to help Zi Qingmeng resist the cold, allowing her to persevere. Along the way, Zi Qingjian and Zi Qingmeng didn't speak much. Especially Zi Qingjian, who was originally cheerful, now seemed somewhat gloomy. Nian Bing and Feng Nu both understood why he was like this, but no one said anything to avoid awkwardness. In the beginning, because of Feng Nu, Nian Bing didn't feel much, but after 4 hours of riding, the bumpy ride on the horse gradually made him unable to bear it. All the bones in his body felt like they were scattered, especially his hip bone, which was indescribably awkward. At this time, his body was completely leaning on Feng Nu's body. He hugged her waist tightly to lessen the strain on himself. Fortunately, it was his body's condition that affected his concentration, so the awkwardness from before did not appear again. The faint fragrance from the Wind Girl's body was Nian Bing's greatest motivation. His head was leaning on the Wind Girl's pink hair, smelling the faint fragrance and feeling the Wind Girl's supple body. Although his body was uncomfortable, he still didn't want this process to end too early. "It's dark. Let's get off the horse and rest." Carlo's voice sounded in front of them. The horse slowed down, changing from a gallop to a trot. Under Carlo's lead, everyone came to a relatively flat slope and stopped. The warriors dismounted one after another. For them, who had been training for a long time, this kind of journey couldn't be easier. "Hey, let go. Haven't you hugged enough?" The Wind Girl's voice sounded. Nian Bing finally reacted and reluctantly let go of the Wind Girl's hands. A scorching hot air suddenly spread throughout his body. Nian Bing only felt his body lighten, and the ground under his feet shook slightly. He had already landed on the ground, and the Wind Girl was holding onto his hand. His legs felt weak, and the soreness from his hip bone made Nian Bing temporarily lose the ability to walk. He forced himself to move his body, thinking to himself, "Riding a horse really isn't a good job." Fortunately, he had a beauty as his companion. Otherwise, this journey would have been difficult. The Ziqingjian siblings walked in front of them. Although Ziqingmeng also looked a little tired, her condition was much better than Nian Bing's. After all, a magician's biggest weakness was their body. The Wind Girl let go of Nian Bing's hand and came behind him, pressing her palm on his lower back. Suddenly, the scorching hot 9-leaf battle chi entered his body, and the air flowed through his meridians, instantly spreading throughout Nian Bing's body. The scorching hot feeling was so comfortable that Nian Bing almost moaned out of comfort. The discomfort in his body immediately disappeared, and his whole body felt warm, indescribably comfortable. He turned to look at the Wind Girl. Although only 4 hours had passed, Nian Bing could clearly feel that his relationship with the Wind Girl had become much closer. "Thank you, I'm much better." The Wind Girl smiled. "What are you thanking me for? I'm not helping you. If I don't adjust your body's condition, how will you cook for me? Didn't you want to show off your cooking skills in front of President Carlo? That way, he'll agree to bring more ordinary food into the mountains." Nian Bing wanted to grab the Wind Girl's hand, but she dodged. The Wind Girl glared at him, and Nian Bing laughed mischievously. "It's all right, there's still a long way to go." His meaning was very clear. Before reaching Sky Swaying City, he could still hug the Wind Girl for a while. The Wind Girl angrily said, "Hurry up and cook." Nian Bing laughed heartily and said, "Yes, sir. I'll definitely complete the mission." With that, he walked towards President Carlo. Ziqingjian said to Ziqingmeng, "Go help Nian Bing. With so many people, I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it alone." Ziqingmeng glanced at her brother, knowing that he hadn't given up on the Wind Girl. She nodded and followed Nian Bing. The Wind Lady didn't avoid the purple purity sword. She walked to a large rock and sat down. The purple purity sword followed her. He took off the broadsword on his back and put it to the side. He took out a water bag and handed it to the Wind Lady. "Miss Wind, drink some water." The Wind Girl smiled and shook her head. "Brother Ziqingjian, you should also rest for a while." "I'm not thirsty. I want to leave some space so we can eat Nian Bing's food later." Ziqingjian sadly put away his water bag and drank a mouthful before sitting down. "Miss Feng Nu, how did you practice your martial arts to be so powerful?" "I've also practiced martial arts since I was young, but I'm only a great swordsman now." The Wind Girl said, "The cultivation of martial arts needs to be done step by step. Maybe it's because my cultivation method is more correct. You're still young, but you're already a great swordsman, which is already very good. Moreover, I can feel that your martial arts will reach the level of a martial fighter in at most 3 years. If you continue to practice diligently, you'll definitely achieve something. Zi Qingjian looked at the Wind Girl's moving smile and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Miss Wind Girl, are we considered friends? Of course, we're already friends. Zi Qingjian lowered his head. How did you and Nian Bing get to know each other? From the looks of it, you two should be very familiar with each other. The Wind Girl said it's all right. Nian Bing is a good person and a good cook. We're also friends. Actually, we haven't known each other for very long, less than half a year. Less than half a year? Zi Qingjian's voice had a trace of excitement. The Wind Girl smiled faintly. Although we've only known each other for a short time, we're the same kind of people. We have our own goals and won't change because of other things. He's like this and so am I. Therefore, we can only be friends, just like you and I. After giving Zi Qingjian a meaningful glance, she closed her blue eyes and didn't say anything else. Zi Qingjian was stunned. Although he was straightforward, he wasn't stupid. He naturally understood the meaning behind the Wind Lady's words. However, he didn't back down because of this. Instead, he felt lucky. In his opinion, perhaps it was because Nian Bing wouldn't cause any trouble for the Wind Lady that the Wind Lady was willing to be closer to him. While Zi Qingjian and the Wind Girl were chatting, Nian Bing displayed his almost perfect cooking skills. When Carlos saw Nian Bing brandishing the shining proud heaven blade and continuously conjuring all kinds of seasonings from his hands, turning the originally boring dry rations into delicious delicacies over the fire, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He really couldn't believe his eyes. This was especially true when Nian Bing conjured a large cauldron and used the ice and some condiments to make a steaming hot soup. He practically raised both his hands and feet in support of Nian Bing's idea of bringing all kinds of food and ingredients for the upcoming mission. A simple meal had greatly improved the relationship between Nian Bing and the soldiers of the mercenary corps, conquering their stomachs. Although he didn't conquer their hearts, at least these powerful soldiers acknowledged his existence. After the meal, after resting for a while, everyone once again set foot on the road to Heavenly Swaying City. Of course, Nian Bing was still riding with the Wind Lady, and he wrapped his arms around her slender waist with great familiarity. What made the Wind Girl both angry and amused was that he used the excuse that his body wasn't used to long distance riding as an excuse. His entire body was practically pressed against the Wind Girl's back, making the two of them even more intimate. Nian Bing had also thought it through. It wasn't easy for him to find an opportunity to take advantage of her. If he didn't take full advantage of her, wouldn't it be a huge loss? It would be difficult to find another opportunity like this. With the Wind Girl's beauty, how could Nian Bing not be tempted? Fortunately, he was more restrained this time. His lower body was still quite obedient and didn't raise the flag again. Nian Bing, can you sit up straight? Your body isn't that weak, right? I already helped you clear your meridians when we were eating just now. The Wind Girl said with dissatisfaction. Ah, I'm sorry. Today, when I was competing with Senior Zixio in cooking, I overused my mental energy and rushed for half a day. I'm exhausted. I'm a magician. My body can't be compared to people like you who practice martial arts. Wind Girl, your battle chi is so strong. Hold on for a while. I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, he went even more overboard and directly rested his head on the Wind Girl's shoulder, breathing in the fragrance of her hair. His heart was filled with joy. The Wind Girl was both embarrassed and angry. She wanted to break free from Nian Bing, but she was afraid that she would fall. Furthermore, his body was constantly emitting heat, causing the Wind Girl's delicate body to go soft. She couldn't use her battle chi on him at all. You scoundrel! Hurry up and get up. What are you doing? Nian Bing lazily said, Anyway, we've been hugging for half a day. I'm afraid that most people already think that our relationship is abnormal. Just let me sleep for a while. Wind Girl, you're a bit too skinny. Your shoulders are a bit hard. You scoundrel! How do you know my nickname? You, Pervert! Oh, you even know my name. I'm going to throw you down. Then no one will be able to make delicious dishes for you. I'm angry. It's fine. When we reach Sky Wave City, I'll make you a chi regulating soup. I guarantee that you'll be fine after drinking it. Nian Bing tried his best to hold back his laughter as he felt the wind lady's rapid breathing. Waves of tiredness washed over him, and he actually fell asleep in a daze. He had finally found a comfortable position, so he naturally wouldn't change it. The Wind Girl's embarrassment gradually disappeared. Because Nian Bing's body was so close to hers, she could clearly feel that Nian Bing's breathing was steady and long. Scoundrel, he actually fell asleep on my shoulder. Why is there a cold feeling on my shoulder? Turning her head, she angrily discovered that Nian Bing was actually drooling on her shoulder. When the cold wind blew, the cold feeling came from there. Nian Bing, I'm going to kill you. The Wind Girl held the reins tightly. Her mind was constantly changing ways to torture Nian Bing. However, even when they reached Sky Wave City, she didn't do anything. At that moment, although the Wind Girl was angry because of Nian Bing's saliva, she also discovered that Nian Bing's sleeping face gave her a special feeling. His sleeping face was very calm. Only the corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile, as if he was very satisfied. At this moment, his personality didn't change. He was sleeping like a child. No matter what, the Wind Girl couldn't bear to wake him up. Ouch! The intense shock and pain woke Nian Bing up from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and looked around in a daze. His surroundings were pitch black. The noise and the neighing of the horses made his mind a little chaotic. Quickly get up, we're here. The Wind Girl's voice sounded in his ears. Hearing this voice, Nian Bing immediately felt much more at ease. Wind Girl, we're here so quickly. I'm still sleepy. Lend me your shoulder for a pillow. Nian Bing got up from the ground and went to find a comfortable pillow. It's so hot. Wind Girl, what are you doing? The sudden heat caused Nian Bing to almost jump up. The Wind Girl came in front of him and grabbed the front of his clothes. She fiercely said, Nian Bing, I didn't expect you to be so bad. Just you wait. Nian Bing blinked and pretended to be confused as he asked, How? How am I bad? The Wind Girl pointed at the saliva mark on her shoulder. Look at it yourself. What did you do yesterday? Nian Bing was stunned. Under the illumination of the Wind Girl's red douqi, he could faintly see a small puddle of water on her shoulder. Could this be my... The Wind Girl pinched his arm hard. Nonsense, who else could it be? How are you going to compensate me? Nian Bing looked at the Wind Girl awkwardly. He thought for a moment and said, How about this? I'll sleep on your other shoulder for a while and make the marks on both sides symmetrical. The visual effect should be better. Without waiting for the Wind Girl to react, Nian Bing turned and ran. At this time, his vision had recovered a little. He discovered that he was at the entrance of an inn. There were 2 lanterns in front of the inn emitting a dim yellow light. Carlo was directing his subordinates to bring the horses into the courtyard to settle down. President Carlo were already at Tianshang City. Nian Bing ran in front of him to greet him. Carlo laughed and said, With a beauty being naughty, of course you would feel that it's fast. However, your friend's riding skills are really good. Even our fierce horses are so docile to him. Nian Bing, you really have good luck with women. When it's time to make a move, make a move. Don't waste your youth, hee hee. Looking at the old Carlo, Nian Bing said awkwardly, Let's talk about this later. When we can beat her, maybe we'll have a chance. Right at this time, a gentle and pleasant voice came from the courtyard. President Carlo, you're here. Uncle Lai and I were afraid that you wouldn't be able to come today. Nian Bing's body shook. This voice was too familiar to him. Before he could react, a graceful figure walked out of the inn. A white fox skin robe wrapped around her charming body, but from her pale face, it could be seen that she had lost a lot of weight. It was the daughter of the president of the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild, Longling, known as the gentle girl. Nianbing? You, is it really you? Longling's face looked even paler. Her eyes were red as she looked at Nianbing in a daze. Her soft lips trembled slightly. Ling, what happened to you? When Nianbing saw Longling's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a burning pain in his heart. He hurried forward to hold her hand. He discovered that Longling's hand was very cold, so cold that it made his heart feel cold. Chapter 57. Longling's face flushed red as she forcefully pulled her hands out of Nianbing's grasp. Taking a step back, she said in a low voice, "Water magician, there is a difference between men and women. Please don't be like this." Nianbing was stunned for a moment before turning to Carlo and asking, "Ling is also a magician participating in this operation?" Carlo nodded and said, "Yes, High Magician Lion brought Great Magician Longling and Great Magician Fengyan to participate in this operation. You are all part of the same union, so it's better for you to cooperate." Longling politely nodded to Carlo and said, "President, rest assured, we will do our best to help you. It's late, I'm going to rest." After saying this, she no longer looked at Nianbing as she turned and walked towards the courtyard. Carlo looked at Nianbing with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Is there some misunderstanding between you and Miss Longling? Young people, don't let emotional entanglements dampen your spirit." Nianbing bitterly smiled and shook his head, but he couldn't say anything. The expressions of the knights that hadn't entered the courtyard changed a bit. Another one, really a pervert. Zi Qingming bumped into Nianbing before entering the courtyard. Purple soared Nianbing's side. Looking back at Feng Nu, she also followed her sister in. Nianbing bitterly smiled in his heart. Just who did I provoke? How come in their eyes I'm like a scoundrel who abandoned me? I'm innocent. Everyone had already entered the courtyard, leaving only Feng Nu and Nianbing at the entrance. Feng Nu walked to Nianbing's side and stopped. Seeing his hesitant expression, she smiled and said, "No need to explain anything. We are friends. I choose to believe you." Nianbing's heart was filled with joy. Finally, there was someone who understood him. But soon his excitement turned into bubbles because Feng Nu emphasized, "We are just friends." As someone who cultivated 9 battle qi, her body emitted a faint layer of cold air. The night was filled with cold air. Nianbing felt a burst of helplessness in her heart. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, I haven't done anything bad. Why should I care about what others think? Silence is gold, silence is gold. The next morning, Carlo announced that they were going to rest for a day. He started to make purchases in Tiandang City before they set off. Nianbing wrote a simple purchase order for food. She didn't leave her room for the whole day. She was completely in a state of meditation. As night fell, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Nianbing, it's time for dinner." Zi Qingjian's deep voice sounded from outside the door. Nianbing took a deep breath and woke up from her meditation. She felt that her body was full of magic power. Yesterday's matter seemed to have become a thing of the past. Whether it was Feng Nu or Longling, she couldn't let them affect her goal. Opening the door, Zi Qingjian walked in energetically. "Brother, you didn't eat lunch. What are you doing alone in the room? Let's go. Let's go for dinner. It's ready." President Carlo will also talk about some of the details of this operation. Nianbing smiled. "Big brother Qingjian, you look pretty good today." Zi Qingjian chuckled. "People are in good spirits. Today, I asked Miss Feng Nu a lot of questions about martial arts. I learned a lot. Miss Feng Nu's talent in martial arts is far from mine." Nianbing inexplicably felt a bit of sorrow in her heart, but she quickly returned to normal. "Then I'll have to congratulate Big Brother. Sparring with people stronger than you is very beneficial to your own growth." Zi Qingjian closed the door behind him. He solemnly said, "Nianbing, what is your relationship with that girl from yesterday?" Nianbing was stunned. She frowned slightly and said, Big brother, this is my personal matter. I don't want to talk about it. Zi Qingjian said. That girl looked very weak. It was as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Also, I've seen her a few times today, but I've never seen her smile. That cold feeling was filled with sorrow. Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you. Nianbing, did you do something wrong to her? Enough. Nianbing's eyes shone with cold light, causing Zi Qingjian to shiver. Big brother Qingjian, I don't want to talk about this. I said before, this is my personal matter. Please don't get involved. Let's go eat. After saying this, she walked around Zi Qingjian and opened the door. Zi Qingjian stood there in a daze. This was the first time he had seen Nianbing lose her temper. In that instant, an abnormally powerful aura had exploded from Nianbing. Even with his strength as a great swordsman, he actually found it hard to breathe. Dinner was held in the restaurant. Before Carlo had arrived, the entire restaurant had been reserved by his subordinates. Aside from the restaurant staff, everyone else was from the Frozen Moon mercenary group. The dinner was very sumptuous. There was chicken, duck, and fish. Of course, this food was nothing in Nianbing's eyes. When he arrived, the table was already full. Nianbing looked around and saw Li Hua, Long Ling, and that great magician Feng Yun sitting at the head table. There was an empty seat next to Li Hua. Without asking, it was reserved for him. After all, he belonged to the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild. Without hesitation, he strode to the empty seat and greeted Li Hua and the other two before sitting down. Long Ling's expression was very calm. Just as Zi Qingjian said, her body emitted a faint aura of sorrow. The coldness on her body was completely due to her sorrow. He sighed inwardly. Ling, am I really worth it for you to be like this? Long Ling acted as if she didn't see Nianbing. Her gaze was still looking forward. Li Hua and Feng Yun both nodded to Nianbing, but no one said anything. Nianbing was smart, so he naturally knew where the cold treatment came from. However, he didn't mind. He sat there and looked around while waiting for his meal to be served. Feng Nu and Feng Nu were sitting at a table not far from him. At this time, Zi Qingjian had also walked in and sat down next to Feng Nu. Nianbing was very calm. Not only was his expression calm, but his heart was also calm. In his mind, he was thinking about the situation of his magic cultivation. He didn't feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction because of the current, awkward atmosphere. All right, everyone is here. Everyone, let's eat. This is our last dinner before we leave. Tomorrow morning, we will enter the heaven-shaking mountain range. The horses and unnecessary things will be left in this restaurant. I have already paid for this restaurant for 3 months. If we can successfully complete the mission, we will be able to return within 3 months. For this mission, it can be said that our Frozen Moon mercenary group has turned out in full force. We have also obtained the support of the Empire's Magician Guild. I have full confidence that we can complete this mission. However, there is one thing I must remind everyone in advance. Although we are strong, there are many unknown dangers in the heaven-shaking mountain range. If anyone is careless and drags everyone down, then don't blame me for being merciless. Everything will be for the benefit of the group. I won't say anything else. Most of you are old members of the mercenary group. I believe in you. Carlo's eyes radiated power as he looked at his subordinates. His body emitted a powerful aura. Nianbing glanced at Carlo and found that there was a 40-year-old middle-aged man sitting next to him. The man on the left had a cold expression. He was wearing the same mercenary leather armor, but it was very harmonious on his body. Although age was unforgiving, one could still vaguely see his youth. It was a pity that his handsome face was ruined by a deep scar on the left side of his face. The man on the right was a woman. She was also the only person in the entire Frozen Moon mercenary group who didn't wear a mercenary's uniform. The fiery red long skirt on her ice bucket-like body didn't look harmonious at all. Her short brown hair was disheveled and that pancake-like face was covered in rouge. Even so, it couldn't hide the large pockmarks on her face. When her huge body moved slightly, a layer of rouge would fall off. Looking at her, perhaps anyone's appetite would be reduced. Feeling Nian Bing's gaze, that middle-aged man didn't have any expression. But that bucket's eyes lit up. Nian Bing revealed a smile, and the rouge on her face suddenly had a few more cracks. Her yellow teeth were uneven, and Nian Bing almost spat out the tea she just drank. She forced a smile and hurriedly turned her gaze to other places. The fine hairs on her body were all standing up. It was finally time to eat. Nian Bing unhurriedly ate the dishes in front of him. With the previous experience, he didn't dare to casually look around. Right at this time, Carlo walked to his side and said with a smile, "Nian Bing, come with me. I'll introduce you to our mercenary group's 2 vice leaders." Nian Bing bitterly smiled in his heart. Without guessing, he already knew who the vice leader was. Under Carlo's lead, Nian Bing followed him to Carlo's table. Carlo pointed at the middle-aged man that Nian Bing had seen before and said, "This is our Frozen Moon mercenary group's vice leader, Jia Lin. His martial skills are exquisite and much stronger than mine." Jia Lin's gaze met with Nian Bing's and simply spat out 2 words, "Hello." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Hello, I am Nian Bing." Go, go, go. Jia Lin, go to the side. Don't obstruct me from introducing myself." The pungent fragrance almost made Nian Bing faint. Jia Lin was pushed to the side by Bucket, but his expression didn't change at all. Bucket chuckled. Her height was actually about the same as Nian Bing, but her figure was enough to hold 4 Nian Bing. When she stood there, she was like a wall. She was probably heavier than Zi Qing's sword. "Hello, little brother Nian Bing. My name is Hua Rui. You can also call me Rui. I am also the vice leader of the Frozen Moon mercenary group. We should get closer in the future." When Nian Bing heard the 2 words Rui, he felt a chill in his heart. If Hua Rui looked like you, there wouldn't be any flowers on the continent. "Hello, Miss Hua Rui. Nice to meet you." Hearing Nian Bing call her Miss, Hua Rui was immediately overjoyed. "Hee, little brother Nian Bing, you have good taste. You can tell at a glance that I am still a girl. I am still unmarried." As she spoke, she continued to throw coquettish glances at Nian Bing. Nian Bing lowered his head and thought to himself, "It's not your fault that you are ugly, but you are wrong to come out and scare people." Carlo naturally saw Nian Bing's uneasiness and hurriedly said, "All right, everyone, let's eat." When he returned to his seat, Nian Bing had no appetite at all. At this moment, Li Hua, who was beside him, suddenly said, "Nian Bing, I heard from President Carlo that you guys met on the way here. Who are the people who came with you?" Nian Bing said, "They're all my friends. They are also warriors." Li Hua glanced at Feng Nu and said, "Is that girl your girlfriend?" Nian Bing suddenly felt annoyed. Why was it that the more he wanted to avoid emotional entanglements, the more trouble there was? "No, she is just an ordinary friend of mine. You guys eat. I have no appetite. I will leave first." After that, he got up and left without waiting for Li Hua to say more. When he was about to leave, the dragon spirit's gaze finally swept over him once. Seeing Nian Bing leave, Carlo wanted to chase after him, but considering that there were so many people in the dining room, he had to shake his head helplessly. Back in the room, Nian Bing sat on the bed again, closed his eyes, and entered the state of meditation again. Since he had left the Ice Moon Empire, he had no more scruples now. He held the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the god of fire in his hands, and quickly gathered the ice and fire magic elements in the air to himself. There was no possibility of any shortcuts to the growth of magic power. Only through continuous practice and increasing one's magic power could one improve one's strength. The stronger one's magic power was, the more the magic power in the air would be affected when using magic. This was also the reason why there was such a huge difference in strength between magicians of one level. After these days of research on magic and the guidance of the Dark Knight Archmage, Nian Bing had changed the way he meditated. He no longer absorbed the magic power in the air through every part of his body like before. Instead, he absorbed the magic elements in the air through his two peerless swords. After filtering and amplifying them through the Ice Goddess Stone and the God of Fire Stone, he channeled them into his body through the palms of his hands. There were several advantages to this. First, through the filtering of the two highest quality gems, the instability of the magic elements was very well suppressed. When the magic elements passed through the two gems, they became denser and purer. This saved Nian Bing the experience of controlling the magic that entered his body. Secondly, through the absorption method of the 2 points, when the magic was channeled into the vortex of ice and fire in his body, it could achieve a better balance. Moreover, it could increase the rotation speed of the vortex during the meditation process. After using this meditation method, Nian Bing clearly felt that the speed of his magic progress had increased by a lot. One night was equivalent to 4 or 5 days of practice. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered, he would be able to enter the realm of Archmage sooner. When his 2 types of magic power were full, it would be time for him to seek a new breakthrough. After an unknown amount of time, Nian Bing, who was in the middle of meditation, suddenly heard the sound of knocking on the door. He hurriedly controlled his mental strength to stop receiving magic power from the outside world and woke up. "Who is it?" At this time it was already late at night. The night fog filled the air outside the window. Nian Bing stood up and closed the curtains before walking to the door. "Open the door quickly, it's me." A beautiful and pleasant voice sounded outside the door. Nian Bing's heart stirred. It was actually Feng Nu opening the door. He saw Feng Nu standing quietly at the door, looking at him with a smile. "Why are you here so late?" Nian Bing asked in surprise. Feng Nu smiled and said, "What? You're not going to invite me in?" Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "No need, it's so late. Why are you a girl in my room?" Feng Nu snorted and said, "Rumors stop with the wise. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of?" Saying that, she pushed Nian Bing aside and went straight into his room. Nian Bing helplessly closed the door. He saw Feng Nu go to the table and put a small cloth bag on it. "Eat quickly. You didn't eat anything at night. Are you angry? What did that magician say to you?" Nian Bing looked at the snacks in the cloth bag. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He walked a few steps to Feng Nu's side and reached out to hug her. "Thank you." Feng Nu, his figure flashed. Feng Nu ran to the side with a red face. "Don't touch me. Eat quickly." Nian Bing awkwardly put his hand on the table. The Phoenix Maiden picked up the snack and put it into her mouth. She sat down on a chair and looked at Nian Bing with interest. Nian Bing ate the snacks while saying, "Feng Nu, don't you want to ask me what is the relationship between me and Ling Er?" Feng Nu smiled and shook his head. "This is your own privacy. If you want to tell me, you will tell me. Otherwise, what's the use of me asking?" Nian Bing sighed and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I met Ling Er after I met you." Then he simply told how he met Long Ling and how he joined the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Union. When he finished speaking, the desserts brought by the Phoenix girl were all in his stomach. "In that case, you're quite charming. That Ling Er girl is quite beautiful. Why don't you think about it?" Feng Nu still had a smile on her face. Nian Bing unhappily said, "Then I am also quite handsome. Do you want to think about it?" Feng Nu's face turned red and said, "That's impossible. We are people from 2 different worlds." Nian Bing sighed and said, "I have rejected 2 girls. Actually, they are very outstanding. To be able to get one of them as my wife is already lucky for me. But I can't. I want revenge. My enemy is so strong, and I still have to fulfill my master's wish. My heart can't be settled so quickly. So I can only choose to reject them. I don't want to implicate them. Before taking revenge, feelings are a luxury for me." Feng Nu nodded and said, I understand. Maybe you are right. Because I am the same as you, I don't have the qualifications to talk about feelings. But girls are the most sensitive to feelings. Since you can't have a result with them, then don't tease them to avoid more misunderstandings. When you are concentrating on cooking, you are the most attractive. Nian Bing smiled and said, Then did I attract you? Feng Nu unhappily said, Attract your head. I haven't settled the debt with you yet. You have to compensate me for my clothes. Nian Bing's eyes turned. Okay, I will compensate you. But I don't have money. How about this? I will cook for you for a lifetime to compensate you. How about it? Feng Nu snorted and said, Then you can be my servant. I just reminded you not to tease girls and you're doing it again. Nian Bing smiled and said, That's because I know you won't be fooled. It's late. You should go back and rest. Otherwise, I will really act like a hooligan. In front of a beauty, my willpower is not that strong. Feng Nu provocatively curled her lips. Aren't you afraid that I will beat you until you look for your teeth on the ground? Don't forget, your strength is not enough to use force against me. Nian Bing's eyes flashed and said, Don't forget, I am a magician, although my overall strength is not as good as yours. But if you give me a chance, I have 70% confidence that I can restrain you. Feng Nu stared blankly for a moment and said, I want to try. Nian Bing's confidence made her a little more curious. After all, Do Qi was one of the best ways to break through magic. She was very clear that Nian Bing's magic was not comparable to her own 9-leaf Do Qi. But he said it so confidently, which made Feng Nu a little suspicious. Her understanding of magic was not deep, but her desire for strength was not below Nian Bing. Nian Bing strangely smiled and said, You really want to try? Then, if I restrain you, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything out of line. Feng Nu confidently said, I don't believe you. How about we make a bet? Nian Bing's heroic spirit increased. Okay, you tell me what to bet. I accept. The Phoenix girl thought for a moment and said, I'll give you a chance to release your magic. I won't interrupt your incantation. If your magic can restrain me, then I'll write off what happened last night. Otherwise, you will have to promise me 3 conditions in the future. Nian Bing laughed. Your calculations are not bad, but this way you will be taking advantage of me. If I successfully restrain you, you will have to return the kiss that I owe you last time. If I lose, I will promise you 3 conditions. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with some surprise. Are you really sure? You really want to bet? Nian Bing smiled and said, Even if I promise you 3 conditions, it's nothing. Why, are you regretting it? Feng Nu's eyes flashed and said, Okay, I will bet with you. Where are we? Nian Bing pointed to the ground and said, My room will do. Let me release a spell, right? Then you sit first. I will start preparing. Don't worry, before I release the spell, I will definitely remind you. Feng Nu nodded and sat at the side, but her eyes were locked on Nian Bing, waiting for him to make his move. Nian Bing thought for a moment and chanted an incantation, casting a blizzard on himself. With his amazing control of magic, he controlled the blizzard to an extremely small area, floating in the air, facing the ground. With a wave of both hands, the Morning Dew dagger and the Zhangyang dagger appeared in his hands. Under the effect of magic, the whole room was filled with red and blue light. Without any hesitation, Nian Bing's hands moved at the same time. The 2 daggers each transformed into a ball of light, slashing towards the ground. Magic array? You also know magic array? Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing in surprise. Her original confidence could not help but drop a little. Nian Bing did not answer. His mind was completely focused on the daggers in his hands. In the flash of the daggers, a blue and a red equilateral triangle appeared on the ground. They intertwined to form a magic hexagram. The red and blue colors intertwined, emitting a huge magic aura. Nian Bing did not stop his movements. He drew 2 circles on the outside of the hexagram, and then quickly engraved various complicated symbols on the circles and the hexagram. Although his movements were very fast, there was not a trace of carelessness. Every time there was an additional symbol on the complex magic array, the aura of the entire magic array would be stronger by a bit. The strange thing was, although the magic aura was strong, it was limited to the magic array. Feng Nu, who was outside the array, could see that this magic array was not ordinary, but she could not feel its real power. Her heart tightened, and she quietly mobilized her 9 abandonment Do Qi, maintaining her state at its best. The time was much longer than expected. Sweat constantly dripped from Nian Bing's forehead, but soon it was swallowed by the red aura in the magic array. Nian Bing's face had become somewhat pale, and the light emitted by the 2 peerless blades was not as strong as before. Obviously, the process of constructing this magic array consumed a lot of his magic power. Suddenly, Nian Bing murmured a few words of incantation, and his eyes shone brightly. The magic power that was weakened by a lot suddenly skyrocketed. The daggers flashed several times, and the magic array on the ground rose into the air. The next moment, everything suddenly disappeared. The magic array on the ground completely lost its luster, and only the traces made by the daggers could be seen. Nian Bing gasped for breath, put away the daggers, and sat on the bed. Although he looked extremely tired, his spirit was extremely excited, and his eyes were shining. It seemed that he was more excited than when he completed the carving of the 9 dragons to the supreme cauldron. This actually works. That's great. That's wonderful. Feng Nu doubtfully said, Nian Bing, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that you want to seal me? What kind of magic array did you just draw? Nian Bing smiled and said, You will know if you try. I will use this magic array. You just need to walk to the center of the magic array. If you are safe and sound, then I will lose. Feng Nu half believed and half doubtfully stood up, took a deep breath, and her whole body was suddenly covered by a layer of faint red light. Her eyes moved, trying to see something from Nian Bing's expression, but Nian Bing just smiled and did not show any special expression. Feng Nu's figure floated forward. Although she was very curious about this magic array, she did not believe that it had the ability to trap her, but she still did not have the slightest carelessness. She raised her Do Qi to 80%, and then landed on the magic array. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from the ground. Feng Nu was startled, and quickly urged her Do Qi to rush down to her feet, trying to break free from the magic array. But she did not urge her Do Qi, and suddenly she was surprised to find that her Do Qi seemed to have found a huge vent and flocked out from under her feet. The magic circle on the ground shone brightly. It was mainly red in color, and it instantly wrapped around the Phoenix Maiden's body. An abnormally strong suction force kept eroding her body. Under the strange suction force, her combat power was disappearing at an astonishing speed. Feng Nu was a little panicked, although she was skilled and bold, but she still could not help but have a heart of fear. After all, she had painstakingly cultivated the 9 abandonment Do Qi since she was a child, and with the full support of the elders, she had today's achievements. If it continued like this, her Do Qi would completely disappear. Then wouldn't her many years of cultivation be in vain? Thinking of this, Feng Nu's delicate body trembled a little. She desperately wanted to raise her Do Qi to the realm of holy Do Qi to get rid of this strange magic array. But her Do Qi had already been consumed too much. Excessive urging would only cause her Do Qi to be absorbed faster by the magic array. The red and blue light was like a bottomless abyss, constantly swallowing her Do Qi. Nian Bing, what did you do? Quickly let me go. My Do Qi is... Feng Nu felt weak because of the loss of a large amount of Do Qi. She looked at Nian Bing somewhat pleadingly. She believed that Nian Bing would not harm her, but what was happening now was beyond her imagination. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, Does this mean that you admit defeat? Feng Nu opened her mouth, Just as she wanted to say something, the last trace of Do Chi in her body was sucked out. Her body went soft and suddenly fell on the magic array. Nian Bing smiled and walked into the magic array. Even Feng Nu, who was close to the realm of swordsmen, could not contend against the magic array, but it did not harm him at all. He picked up Feng Nu and let her lean on his shoulder. Now you should know that magic is a very strange ability. Although my magic is not as strong as your martial arts, but under certain special circumstances, I have the possibility to restrain you. This magic array is a special magic array passed down from ancient times. I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect that it would really succeed. Tears flowed down Feng Nu's face. She said somewhat sluggishly, My Do Chi, my Do Chi. Nian Bing smiled and said, Silly girl, I will return your Do Chi. But before that, I have to get back the bet that I won. Otherwise, when you recover, I won't be able to contend with you. As he said that, he hugged Feng Nu's elastic body and lowered his head towards her. When Feng Nu heard Nian Bing say that her Do Chi can be recovered, she was immediately overjoyed. Her spirit did not have time to recover, but the masculine aura continued to approach her. At this time, she was so weak that she could not even move a finger, let alone resist. Her face suddenly turned red, and she subconsciously closed her eyes, waiting for the lips that were about to come. After a long time, although the masculine aura was still strong, but the kiss that she imagined did not come. She opened her eyes strangely, and was surprised to find that Nian Bing was right in front of her. His face was only 3 inches away from her, and she could hear his breath. Nian Bing seemed to be a little distressed as he shook his head. Forget it. If you didn't want to let me kiss you, how can I force you? As he said that, he muttered a few words of incantation, and the magic array suddenly began to change. The rich red light was like a river flowing into the sea and rushed towards Feng Nu's body. Feng Nu only felt her whole body shake, and the familiar Do Chi returned from every corner of her body. The feeling of strength gradually became stronger, and she was so excited that her body trembled a little. The feeling of recovering Do Chi was so wonderful. Chapter 58. Nian Bing hugged Feng Nu as she felt the changes in the magic formation. Everything was as she had predicted, aside from the fact that it was a little difficult to set up such a powerful magic formation. There were no flaws at all. It was completely under her control. The recovery of Do Chi was even faster than when it was lost. When Feng Nu recovered to her peak state, she seemed to have forgotten that she had swordsman's strength. She was still in Nian Bing's arms like a well-behaved kitten. Nian Bing walked out of the magic formation with Feng Nu in her arms. Isn't my embrace very warm? A red figure flashed, and Feng Nu escaped from Nian Bing's arms. She said in a slightly annoyed tone, You only know how to take advantage of me. Nian Bing smiled and said, Now that I've won, shouldn't you let me kiss you? Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing strangely and said, Then why didn't you kiss me just now? Since you didn't seize the opportunity, it means that you gave up. Nian Bing, what kind of magic formation is this? How come I didn't even have a chance to resist? Nian Bing looked at the complicated patterns on the ground and whispered, This is a very special magic formation that has been passed down since ancient times. When I first saw it in the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild's library, I thought that it was impossible to successfully construct this magic formation because it was too complicated. Moreover, there couldn't be a single mistake. Some parts were contradictory, and there were also problems with the intertwining of the magic symbols. However, I suddenly thought it through. If this magic formation was drawn with one hand, it would indeed be impossible to complete, but if it was drawn with 2 hands at the same time, it would be possible to complete it. Therefore, I considered using the same origin of ice and fire to complete this magic formation. I have thought about it countless times in the past, but today is the first time I put it into practice. I didn't expect to succeed so easily. At this point, he paused and looked at the magic formation with infatuation. Feng Nu, do you know the name of this magic formation that has been passed down since ancient times? It was called the magical illusory space. I am the master of space, and I can convert it into two types. One is release, and the other is absorption. Feng Nu didn't understand. Can you explain it more clearly? What is release and what is absorption? Nianbing's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she said, simply put, this magic array was specially used for sealing during ancient times, because it was extremely difficult to depict. Therefore, very few people could actually use it. The magic array was completed. It would absorb the magical elements in the outside world to replenish itself, and its energy output was completely under my control. To put it simply, if I was the one casting the spell, the power of the spell would increase by at least 30%. If someone else were to step into the spell's power would increase by at least 30%. You've experienced the situation just now. It can completely devour all of your energy. However, the possibility of that happening is very small because everyone can sense the aura emitted by this magic array. If we weren't betting, would you have stepped into this magic array so easily? Therefore, the greater function of this magic array is to amplify my own power. Feng Nu doubtfully said, I still don't understand. I cultivate Do Qi, not magic. Why can it absorb my Do Qi and then return it later? Nianbing smiled and said, all kinds of energy in the world are conserved. Although magic and Do Qi are two different forms of energy, they are still energy. For example, my fire magic and your 9 Li Do Qi have the same characteristic of fire. My magic array is based on ice and fire, so it can display the greatest effect on your body. After absorbing your Do Qi, you won't really lose it, but you'll be affected by the weakening effect of the magical space, making you feel as if you've lost your Do Qi. In fact, the magical space is only extracting your Do Qi and completely isolating your body from the outside world, giving you an illusion. Once you're out of the magical array, even if I don't help you, your Do Qi will automatically recover within half an hour. Feng Nu thought for a moment and said, so to say, with this magic array, your strength will greatly increase? Humph, this is the only time you'll be fooled. You won't have another chance in the future. Nianbing smiled indifferently and said, only one chance is enough. You're my friend. If you were an enemy, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to escape. However, this magic array also has a lot of flaws. Not only does it take a long time to draw, but the failure rate is also very high. In addition, it needs to eliminate more than 90% of my magical power, so it can't be used normally. Feng Nu smiled and said, isn't that simple? Just dig out the ground in this room and put it in a magic item with storage space ability. Nianbing laughed and said, how can it be so easy? Once the magic array is formed, it can't be moved. Otherwise, not only will it lose its original effect, there's also the possibility of magic explosion. When I was learning this magic array, I thought that using it to defend the city is the best way. As for other things, it's not very useful, unless my magical power is strong enough to draw this magic array easily. Feng Nu stared at Nianbing and said, you took my Do Qi with this broken magic array. I'm not convinced. However, I won't act shamelessly. A figure flashed. Nianbing only felt a delicate fragrance in his face. His lips were covered with a gentle fragrance. Just when he wanted to grab this wonderful feeling, the warmth had already disappeared. The door was open. Feng Nu had already left. In the whole room, only Nianbing was left. Looking at the open door, Nianbing shook his head with a bitter smile. Feng Nu, oh Feng Nu, do you know? The more time I spend with you, the more I can't control my impulses. Early morning in winter was the coldest time of the day. Nianbing awoke from his meditation. With the help of the formation he had drawn last night, Nianbing's transcendence energy had completely recovered. He opened the window, and the cold air rushed in. The breath he exhaled turned into faint smoke and dissipated with the cold wind. What cold weather! Although he had two kinds of magic, but in this incomparably cold weather as a magician, he was still not used to it. Unfortunately, he didn't even have a thick layer of clothing. When the air in the room became a little fresher, he closed the window. He put on his coarse cloth inside and put on the ice great magician's robe issued by the Union. Feeling the ice element flowing on the magic robe, he cast an ice body spell on himself. So he didn't feel cold anymore. The mercenaries of the Frozen Moon Mercenary Group were all up early in the morning. Under the command of Carlo and the two deputy leaders, they prepared their own things. Each of them carried a small bag and a standard samurai sword on their back, more than 30 people. Unexpectedly, they didn't make too much noise. The strange thing was, in the courtyard of the restaurant, there were 4 similar strange objects. In the middle was a chair, and on both sides were connected by a long and thick bamboo pole. It looked a little strange. "Nian Bing, you're up. I was going to call you after everything was ready. Go eat some breakfast, we'll be leaving soon." Looking at Carlo's confident smile, Nian Bing pointed to the strange thing in the courtyard and said, "President, what is this thing for?" Carlo smiled and said, "It was originally 3 places. You came. I asked someone to make 1 more. This is specially prepared for you magicians. The heavenly shaking mountain is undeveloped, and the road is rugged and difficult for you magicians. If you rely on magic to move forward, it will consume a lot of your magic power, so I specially prepared this kind of thing for you to use as a means of transportation. This was invented by the Longmu Empire. It's called a sliding pole. You will feel very comfortable sitting on it. With our warriors carrying it, not only can it speed up the journey, it can also save you a lot of physical strength." Nian Bing secretly praised Carlo's thoughtfulness in her heart, but she said, "President, this isn't very good. How can we trouble the warrior brothers?" Carlo smiled and said, "It's not troublesome. When it comes to critical times, we still need to rely on you magicians to save our lives. For us, you 4 magicians are important life-saving treasures." After 2 hours, Nian Bing's group finally set off. This time, the Frozen Moon Mercenary Group had a total of 33 people. Among them, there were 3 martial fighters, 30 great sword master level warriors, and 4 magicians including Zi Qingmeng, Feng Nu, and Nian Bing. The group had a total of 40 people. When they came that night, they didn't notice this city. After leaving the restaurant, Nian Bing found that this heavenly shaking city was pitifully small compared to other big cities. Even from the east wall, they could see the west wall directly. There weren't any big shops in the entire city. On the surface, most of the residents in the city made a living by hunting. Outside the city, they could see the gray mountain range in the distance. They couldn't see the end of it at a glance, and some of the peaks were covered by thick clouds. The feeling of sitting on the pole was very comfortable. 2 great sword master level warriors carried the pole, and the pole was very stable. Apart from the cold, this wasn't a mission, it was simply a pleasure. The entire mercenary group was neat and orderly. Carlo was at the front, and the 30 mercenaries surrounded the 4 magicians in the center. The 2 vice leaders and Feng Nu walked at the back of the group. It could be said that this was a small battle formation. Long Ling sat on the pole expressionlessly, wearing a thick white fur coat. Li Hua and Feng Yun also wore thick leather coats. Among the 4 magicians, Nian Bing was the most shabby. The speed of the warriors was very fast. Although it looked like they were walking, every step they took was more than 3 meters. Although they couldn't compare to horses, they weren't much slower. The scenery on both sides of the road constantly flew by, and the cold wind blew. Nian Bing's ice body spell couldn't withstand it. Although the fire element magic could produce a large amount of heat, it could not last long. He had no choice but to cast the ice body spell on himself. He also took out the righteous young saber and put it in his pocket to keep warm. Only then did he feel better. He regretted that he should have bought thicker clothes before he came out. Under the guidance of the warriors, 2 hours later, they had already entered the range of the sky-shaking mountain range. In the winter, the mountain was bare. Occasionally, they could hear some birds chirping. The entire mountain gave off a lifeless feeling. Not long after they entered the mountain range, Carlos stopped at a valley where they could take shelter from the wind. Everyone, take a break before continuing. Slide the pole and change positions. Stay alert. Placing the poles on the ground, Nianbing and the other 3 walked down. The warriors guarded every important corner of the area. Carlo came to Li Hua's side and took out something that looked like a map from his chest. He discussed something with Li Hua in a low voice. Nianbing was also happy to be free. He took out his cauldron from his space ring and called for the purple purity sword. He blasted a hole in the ground with his fighting aura and gathered ice elements. He filled the cauldron with ice and used his flame technique to heat up the cauldron. After a while, the ice melted under the heat of the fire and gradually became warm. Nianbing continued to maintain his magic as he said, "It's such a cold day. Let's all drink some hot water so that we can continue our journey later." No matter how strong a person's body was, it was still a wonderful thing to be able to drink some hot water in winter. The ice boiled. Feng Yun came to Nianbing's side and took out a stack of bowls from his space magic item. "Nianbing, let me help you. Your magic is amazing." Feng Yun was an earth magician and was best at defense. Nianbing nodded to him and took out a spoon from the space ring. She filled each bowl with hot water and called everyone to drink. Carlo's laughter sounded. "Nianbing, you're really a good logistician. It's good to have hot water in this cold weather. Come, I have some good tea leaves. Put them in and boil them to enhance the taste." "No, you can't put tea leaves." Nianbing stopped Carlo and said, "Plain water is the most nourishing. Although tea is good, it accelerates the body's metabolism and makes it easier to get hungry and overexcited. Plain water is better. Your tea leaves can be used as seasoning. I can use them when I cook." Everyone drank the hot water. The warriors of the mercenary group already saw Nianbing as one of their own. Everyone readily accepted a magician like her. After all, the first thing that Nianbing bought was their stomachs. After drinking some hot water, Nianbing felt much better. Suddenly, her whole body felt cold. She subconsciously looked to the left. At the same time, there were 2 other people who did the same. One was Feng Nu, and the other was the bucket-shaped Hua Pistol. Hua Pistol's voice was like a broken gong as she let out a low roar, displaying a speed that was completely disproportionate to her body. She shot out like a huge ball of meat, heading towards the hill she had seen earlier. Carlo reacted quickly and shouted, "Protect the magician!" A red figure flashed. The first one to arrive at Nianbing's side was Feng Nu. Nianbing and Feng Nu looked at each other and whispered, "You felt it?" Feng Nu nodded and said, "I'm afraid this time we've really hit a wall. I'm very familiar with that aura. It's very likely the race I told you about last time." Just a moment ago, Nianbing and Feng Nu both had the feeling that they were being watched. Nianbing's magic was not enough to produce this feeling. He only discovered it because the Zhangyang saber in his arms suddenly became hot and the magic in his body fluctuated unstably. Soon, Hua Pistol's figure flew back. The makeup on her face had decreased a lot because of the rapid ejection. She came to Carlo's side and said in a low voice, "I didn't see anyone." Carlo frowned and said, "You didn't see? Can you tell if it's a human or a beast?" Hua Pistol shook her head and said, "It's hard to say. However, can a human really be so fast? My speed is already very fast, but I didn't even see a human hair. Unless it's a swordsman, but there are only a few swordsmen on the continent. How could they run to this kind of desolate place? It's very likely that it's a magic beast that specializes in speed. It's normal for there to be magic beasts in this kind of mountain. It shouldn't be a problem if we defend carefully. Carlo, let's move as soon as possible and shorten the time to avoid any changes." Carlo nodded and said, "Let's go. Everyone prepare to defend. Especially pay attention to protect the 4 magicians. If there's any danger, immediately send out a warning. After starting the journey again, the atmosphere of the mercenary group clearly became tense. The group's original tight formation became a little more scattered. This way, they could control a larger area and prevent an unknown enemy from sneaking up on them. From early morning until noon, the entire mercenary group had completely entered the depths of the sky-shaking mountain range. The feeling from the beginning did not appear again. Everything became normal again. Nian Bing kept his eyes closed and released his spiritual force, relying on his spiritual force to perceive the outside world. It was actually clearer than using his eyes. Even the wind blowing in the surrounding grass could not escape the gaze of his spiritual force. After listening to Feng Nu's words, he still felt that something was wrong. Although the feeling of being watched had disappeared, it seemed that he could still feel that someone was watching him from afar. What exactly was the race that Feng Nu spoke of? The mountain road was getting more and more rugged. In front of them, for warriors were constantly chopping the withered brambles on the road with their long swords. Surrounded by the warriors around them, they continued to move forward. Suddenly, Li Hua's voice sounded. Everyone stop for a moment. The great source of all living things, please lend me your flowing vision. Spread it all over the world, and search for that mysterious aura. Eyes of eternal life. The faint blue light continued to condense toward Li Hua, and the aura of the water element in the air clearly became stronger. Nian Bing, who was familiar with all kinds of magic, secretly exclaimed, "This is the 8th grade water magic, eyes of eternal life." The blue light became stronger and stronger. Li Hua raised his short magic staff. Wrapped in the faint blue light, his body emitted a holy aura. The magic staff pointed forward. The rich blue light rushed into the ground, and the clear blue light continued to spread to the surroundings. Li Hua kept chanting in a low voice. He was like a fountain of water, constantly emitting circles of ripples. As the blue light continued to expand, everyone present clearly felt a gentle energy, as if touching their bodies. The energy gradually drifted, and everyone's senses were strengthened several times. Nian Bing knew that Li Hua must have discovered something. Otherwise, he would not use this 8th grade water magic at the cost of a large amount of magic power. The function of the eyes of eternal life was very obvious. Not only could it increase the senses of his companions in a large area, but it could also observe all the aura of life within the range of the magic. Water was the source of life. As long as there was water, the eyes of eternal life would not lose its effect. The blue light disappeared. Li Hua closed his eyes and stopped chanting. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting in silence. Suddenly, Li Hua's whole body spasmed, and without warning he collapsed on the pole. His whole body kept twitching, and white foam came out of his mouth. The aura of life quickly disappeared. Nian Bing was very close to Li Hua. Seeing this, she was shocked. She hurriedly jumped down from her pole and came to Li Hua's side. She grabbed his hand and transferred her pure magic into Li Hua's body. At the same time, her expression became serious. Li Hua had read about what had happened to Li Hua in a magic book. When a magician used a probing spell to explore the surrounding environment, they would suffer a backlash if they encountered a counterattack of mental strength that was much greater than their own. With Li Hua's strength as an archmage, even a magus at the level of archmage would not be strong enough to cause a backlash from a magic of the 8th grade. It seemed that not only was there a hidden enemy in the Tianding Mountains, but the enemy's strength was far beyond their expectations. Long Ling held Li Hua's other hand. Ice and water came from the same source. She and Nian Bing transferred ice magic into Li Hua's body, hoping to help him break free from the backlash. With the help of the two great magicians, Li Hua's twitching gradually stopped, but he still did not wake up. Nian Bing hesitated for a moment. She waved her right hand, and the sigh of the ice goddess appeared in her palm. She placed the ice goddess stone on Li Hua's forehead, and then transferred her ice magic into Li Hua's body through the stone. At the same time, she took out the box containing the holy light stone and placed it on Li Hua's chest. One was to wake him up, and the other was to stabilize his mind. Under the effect of the two peerless gems, Li Hua finally let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. "Teacher Li Hua, how are you? What did you see that caused such a strong backlash?" Nian Bing couldn't wait to ask the question in her heart. Long Ling took out a handkerchief from her bosom and wiped the filth from Li Hua's mouth. She said in a low voice, "Let teacher Li Hua rest first." Li Hua shook his head. Feeling the magic power from Nian Bing, he forced a smile. "Thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. It was too scary. It was a red color that couldn't be seen clearly. However, it was filled with an incomparably powerful aura. When I tried to explore the secret with my water magic power, I couldn't feel anything. My magic power was greatly shaken, and the magic power I released seemed to be about to collapse." Nian Bing said in a low voice, "Where did you find this place?" Li Hua said it was in the center of the sky-shaking mountain range. "Just now, I suddenly felt that something was wrong. You know, ice and water have a very strong sensitivity to fire. On this cold day, I suddenly felt my whole body heat up. It was as if the aura of the fire element was being controlled around us by someone. In addition to what happened before, I decided to carry out a large-scale investigation. But I didn't expect that when the magic had just started, I would almost die from the backlash." Nian Bing turned her gaze to Carlo and said, "President, the place recorded on your treasure map wouldn't be the center of this mountain range, right?" Carlo smiled bitterly. "I also hope not, but it is the truth. According to the treasure map, the location of the treasure is in a mountain in the center of the Tiandang Mountains. We can only check the direction first. With our current speed, it will take about 3 days to reach there. However, since the magician Li Hua discovered the danger, we have to think carefully." Beside Carlo, Bucket Hua Rue snorted and said, "What's there to think about? Maybe the magician Li Hua Rue only found a volcano. Can you say that the volcano's energy is not enough? Let's not worry about it here. Let's talk about it when we get there. Even if there is danger, what are we afraid of? We have so many people. If we can't beat them, can't we run? This time, we spent a lot of time and energy on this mission. Are we going to give up halfway?" Gatling said, "I agree with Hua Rue. We can't give up easily because of a warning sign." Carlo said, "I don't mean to give up. I just hope that everyone can be more careful. This way, we can complete the mission better. It's already noon. Everyone rest here first. Let's also let the magician Li Hua rest." Nian Bing looked at the gloomy Li Hua and whispered, "Teacher Li Hua, could that be a volcano?" Li Hua thought for a while and said, "I can't be sure, but what I can be sure of is that it is indeed a huge amount of fire energy. Nian Bing, this mission seems to be more difficult than expected. You have to promise me one thing. If the danger is too great for us to handle, you have to protect Ling, and leave here no matter what. This is what I promised the president. Now it seems that I can't recover my magic power at all without 2 days. I'll leave this matter to you." Nian Bing looked up at Long Ling. She didn't seem to hear Li Hua's words. "Teacher Li Hua, don't worry. You don't need to remind me. I will try my best to protect Ling. It's just that my strength is too weak. I may not be able to meet your expectations." Li Hua smiled and said, "Do your best and leave it to fate. Alas, if the magic hadn't been broken just now, I could have explored more of the surrounding situation. Now, we can only move forward recklessly. I also hope that what I found is a volcano." Nian Bing saw something in Li Hua's eyes. At the same time, he also understood that it couldn't be a volcano at all. How could a layman who wasn't a magician have that kind of misunderstanding? How could he? The Eye of Eternal Life was the source of water. In other words, was it possible for there to be water in a volcano? If it was really a volcano, Li Hua couldn't see anything at all. At some point, Feng Nu had come to Nianbing's side. In a low voice, she said, "Are you sure you want to continue moving forward?" Nianbing said, "I have no reason to back out now. However, it seems like you're right. Feng Nu, can't you tell us what race it is?" Feng Nu hesitated, but still shook her head. "Maybe it's not as serious as you think. As long as we don't infringe on the interests of that race, there won't be any conflicts. That race has never been interested in money and treasures. I think that the treasure you're looking for may not be related to them. So, you don't have to worry too much." Hearing Feng Nu's words, Nian Bing relaxed a little. "I hope so." Without saying anything more, Nian Bing walked to the side and asked 2 mercenaries to help set up a stove. Then he asked the wind and cloud magician to take out some food from his spatial magic item and start cooking for everyone. After all, he had to cook for more than 30 people. Nian Bing chose the simplest method. He soaked the clean rice in water and started a fire below. At the same time, he shredded the chicken and put it into the pot. Then he removed the pits and put in the dates. He added some salt and stirred them evenly. Then he started the cooking process. With so many people and hidden dangers, he didn't have time to show off his cooking skills. First, he had to replenish everyone's strength. Filling their stomachs was the most important. This shredded chicken and date rice was very suitable. It had an excellent effect on replenishing strength. During the cooking process, Nian Bing directly inserted the blade of the righteous yang saber into the pot. In addition to his fire magic, he quickly prepared a meal for everyone. Although it wasn't sumptuous, it tasted delicious. After the meal, every mercenary's strength had recovered very well. Carlo didn't give them more time to rest and quickly set off. Their goal was still the deepest part of the sky-shaking mountain range. When they set off again, Likiti became the most important person to protect. He was at the center of the group. He only ate a little at noon and meditated on the pole, trying to recover his magic power as soon as possible. In winter, the mountains weren't completely bare. Some cold-resistant plants still grew. The mercenary group's route was mainly through the mountain valleys. This way, they could conserve more energy. When they successfully passed through several mountains, the sky was gradually darkening. After a day of hurrying, they had already traveled a long distance. However, the mountain roads limited their speed. They were still 2 days away from their destination. That night, Carlo chose a flat area in the mountain valley to set up camp. After a simple dinner, he invited Nian Bing and the 2 deputy leaders to his tent. After Likiti had consumed a large amount of magic power, the most important magic caster in Carlo's eyes was undoubtedly Nian Bing. The 4 of them sat in a circle. Carlo spread out a shabby map. This was the first time Nian Bing saw the appearance of a treasure map. She saw that the treasure map was made of a kind of leather. It was yellowish-brown in color, and the patterns on it were all drawn with a red color. It depicted the sky-shaking mountain range. The reason why she could distinguish this was because the only annotation on the bottom left corner of the treasure map was the location of the sky-shaking city. With this clear indication, she could find the basic location.